Let me see. How do I do this? I always get confused with this. All right, let's do this here. Okay. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, we're back, you guys. So, let's see what's on the docket for today. Okay, gonna take another drink here. See what we got going on. Okay. Hey Liz, hello again. All right. Glad you found me again here. So let's see here. I'm wanting to get some more people to come on, and sometimes with the YouTube algorithm, I feel like sometimes if one stream isn't working, we can try another one. We'll see what happens here and see what's going on. But yeah, so sometimes it's just we have to wait a little bit. And I know Fridays can be kind of a... Fridays are interesting because they can either be busy, like really busy, or like nothing at all. So I'm still trying to figure out how best to do this here. So put this up here. And I'm going to start offering some energy cleansing too, along with doing some readings if people are wanting to do that. So we'll see how that goes as well. But yeah. Okay, so and also I might try doing these earlier on in the day as well, just to see what the response would be. Because I wouldn't mind seeing, I mean, if we could get, I don't know, maybe this time slot is not, maybe it's not the best. I'm not really sure. What do you think, Liz? Do you think an earlier time slot would be a good idea, or do you think I should stay the same here? Because either one, I feel like either answer is a good answer. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I gotta fix this really quick. I have my my iPad here, and I was writing down. There you go. That's a good answer, Liz. That's not a bad answer at all. Let's do this here. I got you. I can switch it up for a day and see what works better. I think I'm going to do that. Just to see. People may like me a little bit more in the afternoon. Maybe I'm a little more of a wake up with your coffee kind of tarot reader. We will have to see. I'm just doing this really quick. And that's not a bad idea either, the hashtag usage. I used to do hashtags. It's not a bad idea, honestly. It's hashtags are good. I used to do I used to do hashtags. I heard somewhere that they don't use them as much on YouTube videos, or they don't rank as much, but maybe with what I'm doing, maybe that would actually be something that would be helpful. Because right now I am not using any hashtags. I mean, my title is kind of like the hashtag that I would be using, the title for my videos. It's not a bad idea though. I could definitely try incorporating some hashtags. They do help. They definitely do help. I've just heard that it, like, when I first started doing this, like 2016, that I first started doing this, hashtags were pretty okay to use, but now I've heard that they're not like the go-to. But again, that's from a business standpoint on YouTube for people that are trying to get popular videos noticed. So maybe for tarot readers or for psychics, that might actually work. I need to look into doing hashtags as a possibility. Just to see, right? But those are some good suggestions, Liz. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll think of a time. I'll think of some times to do. Maybe I'll do, Hey, JD, how's it going, buddy? I really will have to think on and see what I can do here. I'm wondering if... So, JD, do you want to... Maybe you can weigh in on this conversation. Do you think I should do these lives? Do you think I should do them earlier in the day versus 8? I do 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to 1 a.m. Do you think I should do it earlier in the day? Do you think that would go well? I'm curious when people are on here. I know 2 o'clock generally is when people are on here the most. And I think that's because it's kind of like the boring part of the workday for people. And then also, there's still people doing... I'm biased. I work until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay. And I can understand. We're all a little biased, right? We kind of want things to bend our way just a little bit. So I can understand that. They do, Liz. They come in later at night, but it's pretty... And hi, Bittersweet Revenge. How are you doing, my friend? And JD, I can't remember if I asked you how you're doing. I just want to make sure we're talking here. Yeah, sometimes I'll be doing the live, and then right at the very end, like at 1 a.m., I'll get like 5 or 6 people that come on. So it really is kind of temperamental when these things sort of unleash. I don't mind watching these after the fact, but live is best. Well, Liz made a suggestion where I could do this after the fact, right? Right, you're good. Okay, I did ask. Perfect. Okay. There can be a gap. Yeah. Okay, so maybe Monday I will try I'll try doing earlier in the afternoon, right? Maybe I could do like noon to 3 and see how that goes, you know, and or maybe 11 to 3. I could probably do that. I just want to hear what you guys have to say, because you guys are the ones that watch it, right? You guys are the ones that are here, and I'm still trying to get my times down. Let's do this here. Hold on. I'm going to move this here. There we go. Just curious, what is the time? Okay, so I start at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Right now it's almost 9. It's 8:59 p.m. So I'm Mountain Standard Time on when I start. So I do 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. So I'm live for 5 hours, sort of casting a larger net because I only do this every other day. Oh, bittersweet. You're in London, eh? That is hopefully you just woke up at 4 a.m. and you're all ready to go, and hopefully you're not staying up all night. Even though who am I to judge that, right? I stay up all night. Not as much as I used to, but in my heyday, I was definitely a night owl for sure. When a night owl turns into an early bird, you know you have a bad sleep schedule. Just gonna say that right there, because you didn't sleep, right? It's kind of the thing. Yeah, I'm staying up, night owl. I hear you. I hear you. And sometimes it's the Oops, sorry about that. Hold on one second. My pop filter came off. It's pretty easy to put back on though. Hold on. This is for my microphone, so there's no, they're called plosives, right? So a plosive is when I'm talking to you guys and there's a B sound or a P sound and it's like p, 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 or b, 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 and it makes it so you guys don't hear that in your ears. The sound should actually... I was literally just going to say it shouldn't be hard for you guys to hear me, and I muted my microphone right when I was going to say that. So it will be hard for you guys to hear me sometimes, apparently, but yeah, the audio stuff's interesting, I think. Okay, so does anyone, if you guys don't have a question, you know, that's like a personal question that we could address, if you guys have questions for me that aren't just for your own personal game, but the whole group can kind of share in on, we can absolutely do that. That's free of charge. But if you have a question that's more personal and it just benefits you, then I will charge for those kinds of questions. So you guys go ahead, and if you have anything you want to talk about, we can do that. If not, I will just keep kind of blathering on and on, which you will find I'm quite good at. I was showing some of my art on the last live that I did, so I can show you guys a little bit of art on this one. Let's see, what would be something... That's funny you said that. You like when I speak off the cuff. It's funny that you said twin flames, because I was literally just looking at this, which is like twin flames, two twin flames, or rather forks that have caught on fire. Because why the hell not draw forks that have caught on fire? It's my time. I'm gonna do what I want to do. And my opinion on twin flames, right? My opinion on twin flames is gonna be, I feel like each and every one of us can learn something from a partner or a union or a... I think, and if I'm mistaken here, I think what can happen is that people get caught into a way of thinking on... Like I have this book right here. Hold on. Let me grab it. There we go. Okay. I have this... Oh, that scared me really bad. My water dropped on the ground. It didn't spill. There's a lid on the water. But it scares me every time that happens. And it happens a lot. So I'm scared constantly. So this book right here. School of Life, an Emotional Education. I don't think so. So a twin flame is great. And for me it's the labels. It's the labeling of it that makes it kind of hard to understand it. If it's a twin flame or a soulmate, I feel like what can happen is we can put ourselves in a situation and we can endure abuse for a really long time and say, but they're my twin flame, they're my soulmate. And we stay in a toxic union because we think that that is the only person that could possibly be out there for us. And I feel like, to me, that sends a very negative message on what it could be, right? This book right here talks about how, like right now, in this day and age, a lot of us are living with the kind of the Disney version of romanticism, where we expect to be in a relationship with somebody, and we feel like if we're really meant to be in a relationship with somebody, they can read our thoughts, they can read our mind, and all we have to do is look at them, all we have to do is glance at them, and they're going to know what's going on inside of our heads. And this creates a horrible environment for relationships, because you are asking someone to read your mind, and you are not someone who can, you're not someone who can do that. I do psychic work for a living. I cannot read my partner's mind. I can't. It just doesn't happen. So vocalizing, communicating is going to be something that brings us love and relationships. Talking about our experiences in an open way, being vulnerable with each other, that's going to give us a closer kind of connection. Twin flames and soulmates, again, I just feel like they're labels for something. And I feel like if it's true love, no matter what it is, I don't feel like it needs a label. I don't feel like it's something that can necessarily help us, because it holds us back. We tie ourselves, we identify ourselves with a label of twin flame, of soulmate, of, incarnate disaster, whatever you want to call the other person that we're with in a current relationship. I feel like labeling it, I feel like love just doesn't need labels. So for me, that's kind of how I feel on that. Bittersweet, does that make sense to you? And we can speak off the cuff too here, of course. I'll show you some of the designs I had though. Let's see, we had... Right, there you go, JD, you got it. Exactly. Exactly. Perfect. Okay, perfect. I've talked with, it was a while ago. Oh my God, let's see. When was it? It was probably when I first started doing lives. I had people that came onto the chat, and they were convinced, they were in a horrible relationship. Okay, I'm not going to name drop, I'm not going to do anything like that. They were in a awful relationship. And I told them, I feel like it would be a good idea for you to separate from this person, possibly, if that's something you feel comfortable doing, because I don't feel like it's going anywhere. The person doesn't appreciate you. I don't feel like they give you the love and the attention that you would deserve as a person. Basic respect is kind of a tenet towards just human decency. That's not even love, that's just human decency, right? And she was saying things like, but he's the one for me, he's my twin flame, right? Or soulmate. I can't, to me those words are interchangeable, and I feel like they're just labels we attach things to. We attach expectations to soulmate, to twin flame. And she said she couldn't leave him because that was her relationship, and she would just basically suffer through it. And a lot of times people martyr themselves in relationships. They say it has to be this hard. At least it's not as bad as those guys over there. My relationship isn't as bad as that. That's minimalizing what's going on in your relationship. And a lot of people kind of want to stay stuck in a relationship that is not working, and they want to convince themselves that it's hard because it's a twin flame, or it's a divine spark, or it is a, let's see, it's a love that I just wouldn't understand, right? Things like that. And generally speaking, when I'm talking to people, a lot of times it's not like, I really wish, when people would ask me love questions, that I could give answers that were very comforting and sweet. And we're like very positive, like, yes, they do love you. Yes, yes, yes. But we live in a world now where so many people have expected love to kind of come on a silver plate, and it just doesn't. It's something, this book right here, the reason I showed you this is this person talks about love, Alain de Botton, okay, School of Life, and emotional education. It's about emotional education, but he also teaches about love, and he talks about it being a skill, something that we learn over time. I've learned with my partner, I've learned how to love somebody. I've learned how to let that flow. For the most part, I still mess up from time to time. I'm human, but I'm trying my best to understand what that looks like. And a lot of people in relationships just, I feel like, and you know, it can be a man or a woman that's doing this in the relationship, but there's a tendency to put all of our problems to the side that we had when we were single, and now that we're in a relationship, we feel that this person will solve all of our problems, and then we don't have to focus on ourselves anymore. Right, the truth ain't always pretty. Absolutely, I agree with that, JD, 100%. But it's about focusing and working on yourself. In my opinion, a relationship, the only time a relationship is doing well, there's 3 components to it. There's you, you're part of that relationship. There's the other person, and then the relationship is kind of like a third component where both you and the other person are comprised and creating an energy, an atmosphere that you, the individual, and your partner can step into and kind of live comfortably in that. But relationships are about communication. They're about seeing where seeing where the other person is, understanding that people have their own journey, and not controlling the partner. That's a main tenet of a relationship. If we're feeling controlled, if we're feeling like we can't, be ourselves, then to me, that's a relationship that's not going to last. That's going to be something that's going to fall apart, because we should feel free. We should have a sense of freedom. We should have a sense of like, what would be the word? Autonomy. We should have some autonomy with how things are going and how we express ourselves and how we feel. If we express ourselves and our partner says, no, that's not right, that's not good either. We need to be free to express our own emotions, and no one can tell us that that's not true, because it's how we feel. It may not be how they feel, but if I say I feel upset, I feel mad, and my partner said, no, you don't, I'd be like, oh, what? I'm pretty sure I know how I feel, right? And that's something that's important to realize too, is if people are shutting you down for expressing your truth, expressing your opinion, then they're not the kind of people for you, right? What do you guys think of that? Hi, Elisa. I'm doing, if it's a general question that everyone can benefit from, then that's free to ask. But right now I'm doing that. So, but for that question there, if you want to do $10 to Cash App or PayPal, we can do that, okay? You're okay to ask the question. I was just putting that. Yeah, some other people, absolutely. Right, dampen. I figured that's what you meant. There is definitely that out there. But, let's see, which one of these was really cool? Or which one did I really like? I like this one. I drew this one a while ago. Maybe you guys will like this one. You can't see the gradient in there. It looks like it's pink and it turns into orange, but there's much more gradient stuff going on. And then it kind of has a pixelated look. It's hard to see, but I do stuff like that and I really like it. I call them negative Nancy's. See, and that's a good way to describe it. That's a good way to describe, because there are people that just, they don't get it. They fall They felt, oh, perfect. You like that one. Awesome. Awesome. What about this one? This is some character art. Okay, hold on. Some character art that I've done. There's some triangles. There you have a fire going, and they're like, you know, they're getting ready to settle in, and then there's the moon. Everyone is impressed by that flame. Everyone's getting a little warm by the fire. They're excited. What's going to happen tomorrow over these little guys? So this right here is, it's called Procreate on the iPad. But if you say it together, you know, Procreate sounds vaguely sexual, so I like to put spaces there. But yeah, it's on the iPad. You pay $10 for it one time, and then you have it forever. At least that's how it's been for me. I paid $10 for it like 2 years ago, and I've drawn so many things on this, and it's awesome. The drawing tool is really good. And then I have this one. It's kind of like a modern art looking thing. Just different shapes, different kind of colors. Let's see here. This one is like a, again, it has that kind of, I like drawing logos. I like drawing like different types of stuff here. So I enjoy doing this kind of work here. Let's see, this one. That one's kind of interesting. It's hard to see. It's hard to show you guys through the screen what they look like exactly because the reflection on the iPad is kind of a lot. I really like this one because it has a lot of those like you can really zoom into the detail on that one. Oh, a phoenix. Yes, the orange one has that kind of phoenix like glow to it. I had this one too. Let's see, what else? I'll show you some other ones here. Hold on. Gotta go down and find another good one here. So and then let's see, and thank you JD for saying that. We have this one that I drew. It's just another, it just says little monster underneath, and it's just something cute. He's got little fuzz on him, and he's up to no good though, you can tell. That one's a little devil, right? And like I said, the Warhol paintings, I might have to look into those. I've heard of Andy Warhol, right? Is that who you're referring to? I've seen some of his work. And then I just put a little alien signature right here. Something fun, right? And thank you, Liz, for what you said too. I appreciate that. I'm trying to find the ones on here. Okay, this one. This one I did. My favorite one. I think everyone's seen this one at this point, but I'll share it again. Really love this one. So it's kind of like the Adventure Time art that I've done before, but this is Princess Doll, and I really enjoyed doing this one. It's kind of illustrative a little bit. I made the font down here. Just something fun. Kind of has that old school he would take the same image, usually a portrait of a celebrity, and it would be displayed in multiple colors. I like that. I need to look more into that kind of stuff because I don't know, anything artistic lately I've really been enjoying. Let's see what else we have here. And there's a thing of art down here. I have to scroll down quite a ways because I made a bunch of different kind of art. That one's kind of flat looking, but it's got expression. It's like a sad robot kind of thing. I really like doing those ones. The robot thing and the sadness is kind of an easy emotion to put on a page, I guess, for me. And the robot right there represented kind of a, I don't know, a sad robot to me is interesting. Let's see what else. Let's see, so kind of a different one, but I really like the way this one looks. Camera kind of winked at me too, so I think the camera liked it as well. 1 second. Okay, what else we got here? I think that one would probably be hard to, yeah, that one would be hard to see. We have here a chocolate covered bear apple. Yes, they are. This is one that I did, and it's just like a chocolate covered bear apple thing. I really enjoyed doing that one. And this one has, it's kind of hard to see, but he's got little leaves for feet. Yeah, gummy bear and chocolate. This one is just a weird, it's just a weird chicken. It's kind of just hanging out. It's sort of hard to see the face. Just a funky chicken, you know the drill. Let's see here. This is Putty. He's a good boy. This one right here. Don't ask me what he is because we don't know. This is a screensaver that I made. This is for my this is the one I have on my iPad now, but I made this one. Hey, Angela Martin, I'm just showing off some art that I've done right now. How are you doing today? If we go up really close, you can see there's details in the leaves. This one's one of my favorite. I'm doing good. This is Sherlock's fox right here. So he has a little hat and he's hunting down I don't know, a fox detective. It just sounded interesting to me. Let's do another one here. And then we can go into, this was me attempting to draw. So, music. That's kind of a different one for me. I'm getting into music now, but it wasn't something I was into for a while. The song I've listened to, I really liked, oh, hold on. Okay, let me do this. I've really liked this one band. I mean, it's just the one song, but okay, I'll go into it. So it is called, or they are called, just want to make sure I got the name right here. Okay, let me do this. Nope. Okay, so this is the band. It's I'm really liking this song. It Won't Stop Violence, Monica Martin, and it looks like that. Really like that, and I'm into the more like I'm into more poppy stuff and into more like I guess calm music too. I really like There's one song in particular. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Let me see if this is it right here. Yeah. Okay. This song too is really good for me. Awake by Tycho. Really like that. And then that kind of stuff. So for me, it's more atmospheric music that I'm really into. I like music that establishes a stronger atmosphere, and it's good. Tycho's really good. It's very soothing, very calm kind of music. Let's see what else. What else have I really liked? Purity Ring is really good. I don't know if you guys have heard of Purity Ring. I like them. I think they're really good. Their songs are incredibly unique, and their music videos are amazingly bizarre. Like it, I love their music. It's very different. Really good though. Really like Purity Ring is their name. Tycho's album type. I haven't heard the other albums. I might need to do that because Tycho's good. Tycho is really good. I have this thing, and maybe you guys can relate, maybe you can't. Okay, I have trouble like branching out, trying new things. Surprise, surprise, I'm a Taurus. But one thing that's been difficult is if I find an artist that I like, I will just like the one or two songs, maybe three or four songs that I know from them, and I won't branch into their other stuff because I'm just thinking these are the ones that I like. I'm just very stubborn that way. I've liked. Yes, Purity Ring is good. Purity Ring is really good stuff. Very, it's that very kind of chill, but it's good. Obadir is one of their songs. Belly Speak is another one. I really like them. I think they're really cool. I like Robin, Robyn. Her song Monument is really good. If you guys are looking for a very atmospheric kind of song, for me, Robin Monument, really, really good. Suzanne Sunfor, she does some songs and she establishes that kind of atmosphere as well. She did some songs for Massive Attack. Sounds actually, I think I have a Massive Attack song in my library. Well, let me see here. Give me 1 second to like look at this. Oblivion, featuring Suzanne Sunfor is really good. Kings of Convenience, love Kings of Convenience. They're really good. I've heard of, and Grimes is really good too. I like Grimes music. Hayley Williams also does some pretty good songs. I like her stuff. Not Paramore's not bad, but Hayley Williams solo is what I like. Shiny Toy Guns is really good. Kimbra has some good ones. Okay, so yeah, Hayley's awesome. Hayley's really cool. So this one right here, and so Massive Attack is on a list that I have on here. I haven't really listened to them that much. I do know of them, a little bit, but I can't like think of how they sound. So I might need to try listening to them. These guys are really good. So this song, They're Kings of Convenience, and I'd Rather Dance with You is one of their. I really like that one, and Mrs. Cold is another one that I really like. These guys, again, that atmosphere that I talk about, that kind of, it just does something to me. It's just really, really good. Avicii, right? There was the whole thing with him. I loved Avicii's songs, though. There was a lot of really good songs with Avicii. Let's see. Trying to think what else I like on here. I like, I was really into. That's awesome. That's awesome. You love songs from most genres. For me, right here, Motown. I might need to look into Motown. I haven't listened. I don't think I've listened to a lot of Motown stuff. But something I can never get into is country music. It's the same song, but with slightly different pacing. There's usually a dog, there's a woman, there's an old pickup truck, there's some duct tape, and they get up to some shenanigans in a barn, usually. And it's like, I'm not into it. I'm not into it. If you guys like it, great. I'm not a country guy. But also growing up in Utah, country is the number one thing that's played. You walk into a, let's just call it a supply store, right? Because we're in Utah, so of course there's these tractor stores, there's these different kind of supply stores. It's always country, right? I like, let's see. This one too, Sticker Brush Symphony. If I'm ever feeling, it's like a certain mood. This one is Sticker Brush Symphony. It's remixed from a video game, but the music is really good. Trust me on it. It's very atmospheric. It's that very kind of thing. Twangy country, 100%, 1,000%. 100,000%. I agree. Haven't heard a lot of Dolly, and I'm not into the Garth Brooks part, but again, haven't really listened to Garth Brooks or Dolly that much. I've heard some of Dolly's stuff, but it's been a while. Let's see what else is on trying to see what else I like. I like some Coldplay stuff. Coldplay is good for me. Depends on the song. This one here is really good for me. Okay, so you guys, this one's nice. So Follow You, Bring Me the Horizon is the name of the band. So Bring Me the Horizon, Follow You, love this song. It's something that, again, the atmosphere, super important for me. You'll hear me say that over and over again if we're talking about music. And I'll say again, if anyone does have questions, you guys don't have to wait for me to stop talking about this. Questions do take priority over talking about this. So if you guys have a like a Cash App or PayPal question, please feel free to ask. These guys are really good. So Roik Sop, I'm pretty sure, I have no idea how to say it, but Running to the Sea, beautiful song. Running to the Sea by Roik Sop. Very different name, but very good. And like I said, Kings of Convenience. Arlo Parks. Hope by Arlo Parks. Hold on. All right, I'm going to listen to it, but so I don't get copyright, right? So I'm going to listen to it, but I'm going to mute my microphone. So I'm just going to listen to a second of it. I'm not going to listen to the whole thing, but hold on one second. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear me again. I listened to about 30 seconds of that. That's got some jive to it, some good little, some vibes to it, right? That atmosphere that I was talking about, that's establishing that. I'm feeling like it would be better if I had my my AirPods in, because then I could hear. It seems like something where you're sort of swimming around in her voice, right? It's that kind of. So I like that one, and the beat was really good too. It looks like there's two. I listened to the first one that came up on Spotify, so I'm thinking that was the right one. It looks like there's another one called Hope by Arlo Parks, but I did listen to the first one for a second, so that's not a bad one. Honestly, I think that's got some groove potential right there. Marina is good. I like Marina. Coattails. Yeah, well, depressing music, depending on my mood, right? It can be good. Coattails by Broods is really good. I just like Broods. Some of their songs are really good, and I believe these guys are called Paris. So hold on, let me. It looks like it's spelled Paris, but it's Paris. So it's Pvris, but I'm pretty sure you pronounce it Paris. And they've got a lot of really good songs. It's like angsty pop. It's kind of, she's got a really good voice, a really strong kind of voice, and so I like that kind of music, and it's good. I really like her voice. Nothing else needs to be said on that one. So you guys might like that one. One that I've really liked is, oh man. Where is it? I think it's on here. Give me just a second, guys, and I can. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, their name is Midnight City, and they're really good. They have a trio of music videos that talks about these kids that have these psychic abilities. I love the videos. I thought the videos were really cool, very unique, something I haven't seen done before, and their music, to me, I really like it. So I think they're called Midnight City. Or no, never mind. Hold on. That's the name of one of their songs. I think their name is M. Let me look here. If I type in Midnight City, I think something will come up. Yeah, Midnight City by M83. There's a lot of songs that are good with M83. Very, again, the atmosphere, right? Um, the music videos are really good. Music videos are really good. I think you guys would like them. If you like kind of the softer, it's softer music. It's not like a harsh music or whatever. Kat Edmondson. I was listening to one of her things the other day. Let's see. I added her to my list, and it was her song. If I can ever find it. There we go. Yeah, so Kat Edmondson, she does have a unique voice, and her song "I Don't Know," that's a good song. I don't know. She has a really nice kind of flowy voice. Very. Yeah, I liked. Yeah, I like that one. Um. Okay, and then this one, this band right here, has helped me when I was in altered states. Let me put it that way, and they are awesome. So their album Pellucidity. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm saying that right. Really good, really good. I like got. Oh, you know Kat Edmondson, JD. That's awesome. You used to be neighbors. What are the odds of that happening? Right. That's really cool. Hmm. And then Sting Fields of Gold has an atmosphere that just makes me feel like I'm swimming in butter. Fields of Gold by Sting. I mean, I don't need to introduce you guys to Sting. Everyone knows. Even I know him, and I'm musically illiterate, so that's really cool. I'll be right back, you guys. Give me 1 second. Gotta go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back, so hold on. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you. And thank you, JD. You're very sweet, guys. I appreciate that. What was I saying? I'm going to start doing some interesting stuff here. So I know we have the rates for like questions, right? I'm thinking of doing energy work as well. So like energy healing, where we could be focusing on emotional blocks, or we could be focusing on like physical elements, like if we're having physical pain somewhere. I feel like one of my guides primarily is a doctor. And I feel like another one of my guides is a philosopher. He was explaining to me something a few months ago that went right over my head. It was, oh man. You think you understand philosophical concepts, and then you hear something, you go to look it up, and it's like Plato and Socrates had like different theories about the human soul. And I mean, you know, because of course they did. It was interesting. The potentiality of the human soul, I think, was what Plato was talking about, or maybe it was Socrates, I can't remember. But anyway, I'm thinking of doing something where we go more into doing some energy work as well. Because sometimes people don't necessarily have a question. Maybe you guys are in pain, or maybe there's something emotional that's going on as well. And I feel like it's important to do that too, right? And so hold on, let me take a drink here. Oh. And that would be about the same price as one question, so about $10. We could do some energy work. It's a little more, I guess it's a little more of like an intimate thing for me to connect with people's energy, but hopefully I don't think it would be abused. I don't think you guys would take advantage of it. But it's just doing some connection, doing something where we're focusing on bringing through more connection, more maybe healing messages and things like that. I'm looking to get better at doing the energy work. That's why I'm bringing it up. Hold on. How are you doing, Molly? And thank you, JD and Molly, for being so sweet. I appreciate that, my friends. Oh, okay. One second here. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing something a little more like that, where we're focusing more on bringing through some energetic stuff. Or at least practicing, doing something a little different, but also we could do questions as well. I'm just bringing that up as kind of a, you know, let's do it kind of a thing. So I'm going to do this here. Nope. Okay, there we go. Hi, Talia Johnson. So if you want to do one question, it'll be $10 for the one question. If you want to do energy work, again, that'll be $10. Whatever you would want to do. But that's generally going right. One question for 10, and I usually spend a bit of time on each question. So if it seems a little more expensive, it's because I do spend more time. And welcome to the channel, by the way. I don't think I've seen you before, but if I have. So energy work would be, let's say you have physical pain, like there could be a headache, a stomach ache, or maybe your foot hurts, your wrist hurts, something like that. Sending energy to help with that. Doing stuff to help with the emotional process of something. Maybe we're looking at trying to get over a relationship, or we're looking at trying to heal a part of ourselves, right? So the energy work would be that, focusing on kind of bringing things to, sort of bringing the subconscious more into the conscious, focusing on allowing that energy to pass. If that makes sense, I could also do a little bit of a sample of the work and you could see what that's like, but it's just basically connecting and then kind of going from there. But generally physical or emotional issues, or balancing the chakras, we could do that as well. There's a lot of areas we can do with the energy work, but that would be about $10 too for that. So hold on one sec, I gotta take a drink here. We can try it. So do this for me, Talia, just so we can kind of have this. I'm building up my skills. I'm trying to learn, and I feel like I'm getting more proficient with energy work. But what I would like is for you is this, okay? How out of whack. That's awesome, JD. So you're feeling better after our session? That was an hour-long session, though. This would be about 10 minutes. I should be able to help, though. I should be able to get things moving along. But I have a Cashapp, and I've got a... And the only reason, Talia, that I'm doing it this way, the only reason I'm mentioning the Cashapp and the PayPal, is if we do a connection, and for some reason, I'm not able to connect. For some reason, I'm not able to do that. I can just do a refund for you. If you're not satisfied, if it doesn't work for you, I can just give you your money back. If you do a super chat, I can't give you your money back, just in case. So this makes it so I can just, give you a refund if for some reason it doesn't work out. That's why I like doing that. And also, super chats, that's 30%. When you guys pay $10, I get 7 of that, because apparently Google has to put their fingers in everything. So that's another reason. But would that work for you, Talia? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. And generally my energy brings stuff to the surface. So it's kind of like bringing stuff up to clear. And it's usually... Your name looked familiar, but I'm not gonna... No, Yoshi, get out from under there. Hold on, guys. The cat loves to chew on cords. I do. I do psychic readings. That's something, again, I'm learning with as well. So I do psychic readings. We can do tarot. We can do energy work, and then sometimes mediumship as well. I can do that as well, but that's a little more... That's going to be more than $10 for that. And I'm still learning. So I would do about $30 for the mediumship. That would be, 15, 20-minute connection, trying to bring through evidence, trying to bring through survival after death, stuff like that. That one would be more expensive, though. But you do get more time. But the psychic readings, we could do that. We could absolutely do that. Is that what you'd want to do? We could do... So I've done some Reiki in the past, JD. I can't remember if you asked me or not, but I've done some Reiki in the past, and technically I'm a certified Reiki master, but I don't use it too much because I believe any healing modality is going to be effective if you believe it's going to be effective. Reiki's good. It is good, don't get me wrong, but I do believe that Reiki has this kind of standing where it holds kind of a, it's like the Gucci brand of energy healing techniques. And I feel like it can be way too expensive to teach a student Reiki. I feel like it's, I mean, sometimes it's $1,000 to $10,000 for someone to learn it, and I think that's ridiculous. You know, so that's my thought on that. But I took an online course. I do understand that. I didn't do an in-person course, but I did take an online course, and I do sometimes incorporate Reiki into some energy healings, and it does seem to help. But yeah. Okay. If you want to do Cash App or PayPal, go for it. And we can see what we can get. I really do. Thank you, JD. I appreciate that, my friend. I'm glad the session we did was helpful. I am glad about that. Let's see. So I'm gonna do. Okay, Cash App. Perfect. Yep, I got it. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's do this. Let's start with. Gonna connect here, and we'll see what we can do. So you're wanting guidance, you're wanting some psychic stuff. So I'm not going to ask you. Normally, what I do is I ask someone if they want to get psychic messages. That's kind of the whole reason you paid. So I'm not going to do that. We'll just kind of go and see what we get here. Now I'm still learning as a psychic, as a medium. I think anyone that practices is always still learning. But I mean in the fledgling sense, I'm still trying to get my chops in. So if I say something that doesn't resonate, please feel free to say it doesn't resonate. You don't have to hold your punches. I hate hearing no. I do, but I'm an adult. I can handle it. Okay, so if what I'm saying doesn't make sense, please let me know. And that being said, we'll see what we can get here. Okay, so I've got my Moldavite. Let's do that. Kind of hard to see. I've got my Moldavite right here. Okay. This is a crystal that I use for energy healing, for energy work. And this helps to kind of give a connection into something. So first thing I'm seeing here as we're connecting, the first thing I'm feeling is I'm seeing the color blue, and I'm feeling like it's being blocked off. So the color blue deals with the sense of expression, usually through voice. So I feel like we could be in an environment where maybe people don't appreciate our opinions, or maybe we don't understand who we are. There could be a sense of a loss of identity through voice. So this to me could be someone who maybe we struggle with setting boundaries, or maybe we struggle with feeling like people are taking advantage of us to an extent. But I was seeing the color blue and it was being squeezed. So to me, it's showing our throat chakra could be blocked off. We're not voicing exactly how we're feeling, and maybe we're not even aware that we're not doing that, but it feels like to me that's something that's going on. The voice in blue. Awesome. Okay. Okay, perfect. So that's good. That's good. Hopefully that reading was accurate. That being said, then I saw fireworks. I saw fireworks coming up. Fireworks are interesting. They are kind of like the flowers of the sky, if you want to think of it like that. A firework is a lot of passion that's built up. I feel like it launches in the sky, it goes off, and then it kind of comes back down. So when I see a firework, I'm wondering if maybe we get these little blips of inspiration, and they quickly peter out. I'm wondering if maybe we get very inspired to do something. The action happens, and then it kind of peters out, and it's hard for us to get that inspiration again. So does inspiration kind of strike you, let's say, randomly, versus being something that feels like it's more consistent? Also, I heard the term getting back in the saddle. So something happened where we were bucked off the horse, or we got off the horse. I heard getting back in the saddle, and then I heard on purpose. Okay, yeah, that happens. It's random, and then I stop. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I heard getting back on the saddle on purpose. So this to me is having a sense of drive and ambition to get back to what we need to be doing. However, maybe we need to change the way of how we look at it. I feel like if we look at something in an obligatory sense or as an obligation, it's harder for us to accomplish it versus if we look at it as something we want to do. It does feel here that there is a loss of identity, right? It feels like there's a loss of what can I do? What should I do? There can be a general sense of what's my purpose, which I heard as well. There was something with purpose, and there was something where I feel like we put ourselves down a lot. Which I obviously don't want to see anybody put themselves down. And then there's that spark again, that spark, that divine will, that spark. So that's good. You still have something here. You're by no means broken or anything like that. There's a lot here in you that just hasn't been expressed in a way where you could necessarily see the outcome of it, right? But there's a lot here. Okay. Give me a second here. Okay, so then we see, so I'm seeing a spine and I'm seeing the ribs. So that could be a literal message. How is your spine and your ribs feeling? Is there any insomnia? You said there was anxiety, so generally those two can happen. Okay, so okay, perfect. That makes sense. Spiritual contact is the thing that's the thing that's coming through. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay, spiritual contact, temperance coming through. Now I'm feeling some spirit here. Spiritual contact, temperance coming through. Feeling jazzed here. Temperance, which is what we were talking about earlier. Okay. I can understand that. Sometimes we don't want to wake up because being in an action state versus being in an observer state, it's much more comfortable to be the observer than to be the actor, right? So I can understand that. There's nothing wrong with you in a way that you can't accomplish what you need to accomplish. But I do feel there's a tendency to put a lot of pressure on ourselves, and there's a tendency to want to go out, want to try something, and then kind of getting scared off by the process of doing something. And what we can do in that situation is what is called chunking, right? So this is going to take time. Let me put it this way. If we're wanting to try something new, okay, newness, ingenuity, having something happen that gives us a fresh sense of self, if we're wanting to do something new in our life, something we've never done before, maybe something exciting or just studying something, learning something, what we can do first is to break whatever it is we want to do down into very, very small bite-sized steps, okay? And I'll give you an example of a bite-sized step, okay? So let's take meditation as a for instance, right? So when we're talking about meditation, there's something that kind of happens. So you'll have people talk about meditation like it is the answer to everything, and it helps. It does help. But let's look at it a little bit differently, right? Okay, perfect. All right, so when we're talking about chunking, right? We're not talking about me eating all the peanut butter again. We're talking about taking a concept and breaking it down into smaller bite-sized chunks, okay? So with meditation, a lot of people gurus included, will say, all you need to do, just download a meditating app today. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, that's good. That's a good step. I love that. That's really good. First thing we need to do is let's try meditating. Let's try clearing our mind, right? And let's do that for 5 seconds. Can we clear our mind for 5 seconds? Okay. Then, once we've been able to clear our mind for 5 seconds, then we go to 8 seconds. And we can have a little timer we hit play on. We try to clear our mind. What I'm trying to say is, if we try to do something, and I feel like you've done this a lot, Talea, and again, tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like we've done this a lot, where we start something, we're very gung-ho about it, we try to do as much as we can, as fast as we can, we don't get the results we want, and then we give up and we think we're failures. That is, that's going through a spiral process. That's going through a process where it's like self-sabotaging on a level that's like, see, I knew I couldn't do it, but the reason why you couldn't do it is because you didn't break it down into more actionable steps. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm seeing a spiral staircase, and I feel like what we want to do is we want to run up that spiral staircase as fast as we can. By the way, don't run up a spiral staircase. That's going to be hard to do. You're going to get tired. It's something you walk up gradually. And each time we chunk, we take a step. Each time we do something, we take a step. So you're further telling yourself each time that you start something and then give up on something, you're telling yourself, see, I can't do it. But what's really happening is you're setting your goals way too high, especially for a beginner at something. You're setting your aspirations, your goals way too high, and when you do not meet them, you call yourself a failure. You're not a failure at all. You just, from a young age, have been told, this is what success looks like, and you'll never have it. That's not true. It wasn't true then, and it's not true now. Success is what we can make in the moment, and how we get to be better people in the moment is to focus on allowing ourselves to be present first and foremost. That's the first thing we can do. Meditation is good. Anything that brings us into the present is going to be good, right? There can be fidget spinners, there can be textures, there can be different things we do. Anything that kind of brings us into the present moment, brings us into our bodies, is going to make it so that anything else we do is going to be more successful. So, okay, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to stretch. So far, Talia, is this making sense? A little bit of that too. So we can be impatient, but we grew up in a society where, and a lot of things have happened in the past, let's say the past 10 years especially, a lot of things have happened on social media where we see people try stuff and they get it right away, or we see these people do things and they show the best part of their life all the time. And we think, oh, I wish I had that life. I wish I had this. I wish I had that. But when we're focusing on reality and being in the moment, a lot of life is mundane. And to me, that's a beautiful thing, because if all life was really big moments, that would be exhausting, at least for me. But I'm feeling like we need to change how we need to change how we accomplish our tasks, and that's to do small things. For instance, if I want to learn something new, then I kind of put myself in a place where it's like, I want to learn how to, I'm trying to give an example here. Well, the streaming software I have right now that I'm using to make these videos, okay? All of this stuff here. Nope, this one. Everything that you see here, I created myself. I didn't know how to do stuff like this until fairly recently, especially where it's animated and it moves and stuff. So I learned how to do stuff like this over time. I didn't learn it all in one day. I learned how to do stuff like this over time. And that's kind of how we need to accomplish something. The first day we're going to try something new, we learn the very basics. We learn the introduction of it. We learn, why is it called this? Why does it work this way? And then we kind of grow from there, from when we're feeling better, right? And that to me is going to be where we can go. So of this right here, Talia, the best thing we can do to be in our bodies is to not allow ourselves to go down that path where we're blaming ourselves or we're saying, like I said, I'm broken. I literally heard the word I'm garbage, right? And so that to me is saying that I feel like what has happened is that we were raised in an environment where love was given to us in a conditional way. And now we're going to be changing love from being conditional to having a self-love that is unconditional. And unconditional self-love does not operate on if you do this, then you get love. No, unconditional means that you always have that with you. That's something that you can have. It's a never-ending resource. But we have to develop that voice inside of our heads, because if we were raised in a conditional family, get good grades or we won't love you, do this or we won't love you. If love was withheld when conditions were not met, then that is a conditional household. And generally that's what can create kind of this disconnect when we're older. So now if we're looking at unconditional love, that is love no matter the circumstance. Because we are human beings. We are not human doings, right? We don't get anything from this. We don't. We live our lives. We have experience. We have love. I feel like that's the whole point of us being here. That's it. And I feel like we need to focus more on the love and the experience of love, of loving ourselves. We need to develop those tools. And gentleness is always what I talk about on this channel. But that's going to be something moving forward that you can do. So far, Talia, is that making sense? Okay, perfect. Perfect. And I want you to also, Talia, something I want you to work on, because Spirit was showing me a couch, which to me represents resting. I want you to think of resting as part of being productive. It's not separate from being productive. There tends to be this mentality of like, if I'm resting, I shouldn't be. And if I'm working, I might want to be resting. So I want us to have it where resting is part of the production, not separate from it. So again, all of this kind of takes some time to get used to have that, but the gentleness, working on building up our own voice, that's going to be something that we have absolutely coming forward. That's going to be something important. Yeah, so with that being said, Talia, do you feel like this interaction was helpful to you? Yes. So, and that's the thing. When I saw the couch, no, we're not lazy. I don't see you as a lazy person. I feel like you're hard on yourself. I feel like you're really hard on yourself. I don't see you as lazy. I see you as someone who has, you have some stuff you need to work on, but I don't see you as a lazy person. In fact, you coming on here, talking with me, being very kind, very sweet, I see you as someone who wants to understand things. You want to grasp things. You want to know things more. You want to be in that. And I feel like you can. But there tends to be a tendency to doubt when it comes to learning new information, whether we can do this or that. And I feel like you definitely can. There isn't a limit to how much information you can learn or how you can apply it. The only limit has been placed on us by ourselves. And as time goes on and we change the voice in our head to be a more gentle voice, that can work towards our favor in helping us grow more. If you did grow up in these kinds of situations where I'm talking about like narcissistic abuse, I'm talking about people that have narcissistic traits. If that's how we grew up, I have some resources I can share with you. They're just people on YouTube that do this kind of stuff, and it can help you to understand yourself better if you feel like your identity is lost in maybe we people please. And we're starting to get very tired of that. Maybe we bend over backwards for everyone else, but when it comes to ourselves, we don't do that. And so if that's the case, these are things we can learn and ways we can learn. And then if we understand the terminology of these people that have put us in this bind in the first place, people that just didn't get us, we can see what these people are going to be doing a mile away. And when life keeps happening to us, which it will, we can decide if we want to associate with that person or not, depending on the actions that they've already shown us. And then eventually life starts getting much better because we're no longer attracting people that don't value us or don't appreciate us. And I feel like you're a very lovely person. So I feel like we need to surround ourselves with people that get us. And I feel like all we have to do with that is just allow ourselves to be and allow ourselves to be comfortable with who we are, but also an understanding that we can trust our own judgment. We can trust how we operate in that kind of course. So, how was that for you, Talia? Do you feel like that helped? If you want, we can do some energy work as well. If that's something you want to do, it would be another 10, but yeah. Perfect. Perfect. I'm glad that helped. Awesome. You're a fast typer too. So I'll give it to you on that. So okay, so if you want to do another 10, we can do some energy work together. We can focus on kind of bringing stuff up or bringing stuff out. I'll explain it. Right, when we're doing the energy work, I have to go to the bathroom one more time. Just you know. I'm done. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't go right here. But I will go. I'll be right back, okay? You sit tight, my friend, and allow yourself to get as relaxed as you can, okay? Because that's going to be what we're primarily working with. And then I can sort of guide you through some different processes here, and we can work with that. Generally, though, as we're doing this kind of work, because I'm talking and you would have to be typing, I'm kind of going to have you just be relaxed for about 8 to 10 minutes is what we'll do our energy work for. And I just want you to be relaxed. I don't want you to be looking at your phone. You can listen to the sound of my voice, but you don't have to reply because that's going to bring you out of that state. I don't want you to be like, and then put your phone back down and then close your eyes. Okay, so hold on one second. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. All right, Talia, thank you again. I got the money for the energy work. I was going to say energy reading, but this is more about us working together. So let's do this here. So I have my Moldavite, which I showed earlier. We're going to be using that again. And I'm just going to be sending energy, okay? And as I'm sending this energy, you may feel something, you may not. Either one is fine. And after we do this, you may have weird dreams. You may have different things that are coming up for you. And all of this is meant for us to work through the different emotional issues that have been going on with us. So sometimes we take something that's more subconscious, we bring it to the surface, and it's to help us to get better. It's like sort of just bringing stuff up. It's like I'm putting a bucket down into your well, and then we're pulling it back up, and we're going to see what's in that bucket, so to speak, and then we can kind of focus on different areas that we can fix there. So primarily, the first one that came through was the throat. That was the very first thing that came through. So I'm going to be sending energy to the throat chakra, and like I said, that deals with not feeling confident in expression of the voice. That deals with not feeling like our opinion or our voice matters in social situations or in other situations. So we're going to focus on that one. Sit back and relax, and we'll have a talk again here in about 8 to 10 minutes. So you just relax, okay? And I'll be talking, but you don't need to type anything. I'm not going to ask you any questions. I'm just going to be saying stuff. So let's do this here. All right, throat chakra is going to be the first one we focus on. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I know, buddy. He always comes up when I do energy work, so. Hmm. All right, this energy is wanting to go down into the heart now, so I'm going to follow that to the heart. Just allow yourself to relax as much as possible, and allow yourself to feel whatever's going on around you, and that means the atmosphere. How does the air feel around you? How does your body feel? We're focusing on the present moment, and I want you to breathe in and breathe out, and allow your body to just sort of pick up that rhythm. Allow yourself to feel that sense. There we go. I'm feeling more of an energy flow here now. Let yourself relax and just breathe, breathe. You're doing good. You're doing really good. All right, we're going to go down to the solar plexus chakra. This is a yellow color, and it's about, I want you to imagine a yellow sphere about the size of a baseball. It's rotating in our stomach, okay? It's a yellow color. You can think of the sun. You can think of like a yellow light bulb. You can think of whatever you want to think of there, but just allow yourself to hold the image of a yellow ball in your head for as long as you can. Don't try and strain yourself. Don't try and stress yourself out with trying to hold on to it. Just visualize it, and then we can work with that. I'm feeling like we need to work on this one now. So it's a little bit above where the belly button is, and that's kind of the place you can find it. Okay, me and my guides are going to send just a lot more energy here just to help sort of this process. So allow yourself to breathe, relax. You might feel a presence if you haven't felt one already. My guides might, you might feel a presence around you. It'll feel like an atmospheric pressure, tingling, warmth, cold. But it'll feel like maybe someone's standing behind you, or maybe you feel like you're being watched a little bit. But that's just them. That's how they display their presence, and they're very kind and caring and gentle. So let's do this here. Let's send some more energy. night, Talia. And when you're ready to come back into the room. And if it takes you a minute, that's okay too. I'll be here for another little while, so let yourself come back, let yourself sort of get back in your body there. And we can discuss when you come back. I'm going to lighten incense, and so that's what I'm going to be doing just for a second, but that's literally just behind me, so let's see what we can do. All right. Perfect. Okay, all right. So Talia, tell me what was going on with that. If anything at all. If for some reason it was hard for you to get into it or feel it, I can understand that too, but I was feeling a connection there, especially with the throat, the heart, and the solar plexus, but primarily the heart was where I felt like we were focusing most of the energy. But you tell me your experience, if you wouldn't mind sharing that with me, my friend. Mm. Awesome. Good, good. So you were open to the experience and you started to feel a lot of energy. My guides, um, yeah. Yes, it does. That's how my guides tend to work. So, um, that energy, the crying and stuff like that, that's a good thing too. If I mean, when we're able to release, okay, perfect, awesome. I was feeling some stuff there with the solar plexus, so that's awesome. So, how did you feel that session went for you, Talia? Do you feel well? How do you feel right now? How did you feel before? How do you feel right now? Kind of what was your experience? I mean, you had your experience, but emotionally, kind of how are we feeling? Good. Okay, so it did help your head, so that's good too. So you would say, because with the physical pain, would you say the physical pain of the headache was maybe a 7 or an 8 out of 10, and now it's maybe a 2 or a 3? 2 or 3 being significantly less. Like 0 is not having any pain at all. 10 is having the worst pain. You know, like a chronic migraine headache would be a 10. I know I'm asking a lot of questions. You're the first person I've done my energy work with in this way on the channel so far. And so I want to make sure that, you know, we're working together, we're working in sync. So I just want to ask you questions. I've worked with other people with energy, but this is the first one I've done where it was specifically just for the energy, so. Okay, yeah, you're right on the money. 8 now at 2-ish. There was a point where it felt like something was trying to hold my hand. I got this weird tingling in my leg, which felt kind of weird. I can understand that. My guides, when they're around, they want to comfort. They're there to heal. They're there to comfort. I feel like there's a male and there's a female that kind of, it feels like they work in conjunction. And I feel like the hand holding was kind of a promise from, not just from them, but from the universe in general, saying it's going to be okay. Like, to me, the hand holding, it's a very intimate thing, and that's how my guides like to work. They like to be very, not, I don't know how you would describe it, but they're not hands off, right? And that's a pun off of holding your hand, but they aren't. They're very active. So that's good. That's good. It helped on a few different levels. That's awesome. And with the meditation we were talking about, Talia, you can work through that take it day by day and do small steps each day. Build it up slowly over time. Yes, perfect. And that's what they are there to do, is to help. And I feel like they'll stick around a little bit longer just to help and give you that presence. Know that, well, first off, you're very open to energy work, so that's awesome. I love that. But also know that it will be okay. Things in your life will open up for you. We just need to work on how we put pressure on ourselves in a more gentle way. We need to work on how we interact with the world in a way that lets us be a little more in charge, rather than having other people always telling us maybe what to do or what to not do. We need to focus on what our heart wants, what's kind of going on there, which I feel like you have a lot to say in a beautiful way, not in like you're a chatterbox. Maybe you are, though. I am too. Nice to meet you. But I feel like you have a lot to say, and I feel like a lot of people would want to hear what we have to say, but we need to work through these other things first, and then we can work through building up our confidence, our self-esteem, and in doing so, find ourselves, find that identity that we are wanting, so that we can feel more expressive and in our bodies, right? I understand. I'm a chatterbox too. I always say, even if these cameras aren't on me, you're lucky the camera's on. Otherwise, I'm just talking to a wall. I do the same thing. There's a lot of people, though. When the camera's off, a lot of people I'm talking to. Straight, no, I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah. Hopefully that helped. Hopefully that helped you to feel better, to feel a sense of, like, you know, release, to feel that. If you want, we can do another 10 minutes for another $10, or that can be good. It's up to you. You seem to be feeling pretty good right now, but you can always come back and top up if you want. Yeah, so it seemed like you had a good experience, so I'm glad. That's the first time anyone has paid for just that experience. So I appreciate you being not the guinea pig, but I can't think of another word. A guinea pig sounds sweet compared to test subject, so I'm going to go with guinea pig. But you are a good guinea pig. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing your energy with me, being vulnerable with me, talking with me. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much, Talia. I do appreciate that. Hold on 1 second here. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Just gotta look at something really quick. You're very welcome, Talia, and you're more than welcome to have one every month. That, one every month or two, maybe even one every 3 months. That's a good idea. And if you want, we can do the half-hour or hour-long sessions instead of that. That you would have to book through my website, but the whole point of me doing this is so that this can help you, and I want to help you as much as I can, but hopefully it gets to a point where you can do this yourself, right? I don't want you to become reliant on me, but once every couple of months, once every little bit would be good. I feel like that would be a good place, because the job of the psychic is not to, I don't want to have repeat clients, you know what I mean? Because I feel like that means I'm doing my job wrong if you guys are depending on me for things. But at the same time, I want to help. So if you are feeling overwhelmed, if you are feeling anxious, please feel free to come here and feel like this is a comfortable place. Right, absolutely. You want to be able to do it on your own eventually. In the meantime, we can do it this way, okay? And if you feel like once a month is good for you, then we can do that and eventually work some other stuff in there as well. And yeah, so thank you again. I don't know if there's anyone else on right now, but yeah. If you have any questions for me that aren't related toward, like, I always say it like this: if you have a question that is something that everyone could take something away from it, you can go ahead and ask that. It won't cost any money. If it's a personal question, I do ask for money for those. Like if it's something that only you would gain benefit from, I ask for money from that. But if you just want to chat, we can do that, and that doesn't cost anything. So I'm throwing that out there so that you can understand that. But do you have any questions in the kind of vein that we were talking about? Or if you need to go, I can understand that too. You're absolutely free to do whatever you want. You don't have to stay here, but just giving you some options here. Let's see. I don't know if you have this issue, but let's see. But when I get the bad anxiety, I bite my cheeks really bad, and my nail biting has been getting worse. I've never done nail biting. Sometimes I'll pick like my skin, and I think that's a form of anxiety. Right, or not anxiety. Yeah, that's a form of anxiety. That's something kind of doing that, but not. I'm trying to think of if there's any input there. I feel like if we can get something under control, if we can get the anxiety under control in some way, shape, or form, that's going to be helpful. And again, knowing ourselves, trying to focus on building a bridge towards, it's kind of like building a bridge towards where we are now and where we would want to be, right? That's going to be something that gives us that sense of like completion, I guess would be the word I'm looking for. Give me just a second here. Let me because sometimes when the anxiety is really bad, right, we do unconscious things. And I know that I pick sometimes. And it feels like it's more subconscious than conscious. Hold on one second. But if we can do something to get the anxiety under control, that's the main part. So it can be anything that helps us to kind of ground ourselves. So when we're talking about anxiety, we're talking about something where we feel we feel uneasy in the current situation. We feel like we're waiting for the other shoe to drop, and this can also stem from being hyper vigilant with certain things as well. So like hypervigilance would be we walk into a room and we're always aware of the exits to that room because we feel like, man, if shit hit the fan, where could we go? Or we're very hyper aware of how other people conduct themselves, so much that it's very jarring. Like we don't want to be that way, but we can't help but be that way. And this stems from part of that people pleasing mentality that we've talked about before, where it's like making sure everyone else is comfortable before we can even begin thinking about our own comfort. So that's why we're taking it back now, and we're focusing on building ourselves up so that the anxiety shrinks down. But we need to look at what causes the anxiety in the first place, right? So the things that we do as a way to lessen the anxiety, if I address that, then we're just putting a band-aid on a much bigger wound, right? So we need to look at the core wound. We need to look at what's going on. What causes the anxiety? Is it a fear of maybe feeling like we're not enough? Maybe feeling like we're... there's a lot of places that fear can come from. And so it can be something along those lines. The best thing that we could do to help ourselves in that situation would be to get to know ourselves. Carl Jung talks about the shadow side, right? And the shadow side is something that is really interesting. And when we're talking about the shadow side, it's about bringing presence into the subconscious mind. If we're talking about the subconscious mind, it's things we do not know that are there. Okay, so imagine you're living in a house, right? And years and years go by, and all of a sudden you find out you have a basement. First time you go in that basement, that's going to be a very weird experience. That's going to be like, I didn't know this was here. This is creepy. There's all this stuff lying around. I don't know what's going on. So, okay, yeah, I guess because right now I've been stuck in the house. I work here. I barely go out anymore. I feel like I'm driving myself crazy. Yes, that can be something too. We can get stir crazy. Absolutely. But once we start looking at the shadow side of ourselves, and every one of us has it, every single one of us has it. Once we start looking at that, it shrinks. That monster that we feel like is inside of us starts to shrink down. And when it starts to shrink down, eventually it becomes much, much more manageable. But we need to look at the issues that are causing the anxiety in the first place. And a lot of the times, those issues are lies we told ourselves because of how we grew up. We told ourselves we weren't good enough, and look at the consequences. Look at everything around me. And we feel like because the environment is telling us things like we feel like we're not good enough, or because people have said that to us in person, we feel like that's some reason for us to feel like, well, they're right. They're not. Everything is opinion, and we have just as much of a valid right to exist as anybody else. But it's finding that form of expression that feels good to you, Talia. So a lot of times I recommend, especially if we're in the house, okay, there's the COVID concerns, there's a bunch of other things going on. If we're in the house, we're having a difficult time finding something to do, we can look to online groups. We can look towards something where we're embracing a community that could be online, possibly. I myself am a very loner person, and I feel like the best thing for me to do sometimes is to talk to people online, right? And if we do something new, we talk to people, maybe we join a craft group, or maybe we do something. If you have something you can put your input into and you can put your time into that is not just about yourself or worrying about your own needs, that could be a good way for us to kind of alleviate the anxiety. But I've been a skin picker. I've been like I used to have these. I worked where my dad worked, right? And he had, okay, I'm 50-50. Sometimes I want to be alone, sometimes I want to talk to people. So, yeah, it makes sense. I'll probably look into joining something online. That's the best part. You can be alone and still be talking with people. That's why the online world is great. You can be a lonely person in your house. You can be alone, but still be talking to people online. So you get the best of both worlds. And I have, I feel like I'm neurodivergent. That's the new word people have been using. And so I tend to be very we tend to be very what would the word be? That's a new way to think of it. Awesome. Yeah, so we tend to be alone, but we also have ways that we can reach out to people and we can talk to people. And it won't be comfortable at first. It usually isn't, but when it's not comfortable, that generally means you're growing. If we're always comfortable, then we're not growing. We're not learning anything. We're not challenging ourselves. I feel like if we're always comfortable where we're at, then what spurs us on? What spurs us on to grow? What allows us that permission to keep going, to keep growing, right? Um, so we have to look at where the issue lies and what is the core issue. And again, it shrinks down. It always shrinks down. These things right here, they always have a tendency to kind of just shrink down, shrivel up into nothing. And then eventually we can work through those issues because it's not as scary as we think it's going to be to look at ourselves. It might be painful. It might not be the funnest thing to do, but it's always going to be an enlightening process. Yeah, I got out. Okay. Yeah, I got out the mental hospital in February. It felt so nice to be around other people with the same issues. Then I got back home and started seeing my life in another light. So seeing your life in another light, in what sense, Talia? Okay. Okay, hold on 1 second here. Oh. I was able to talk to people in there because I knew they also had issues, but talking to people outside that environment is so difficult now, if that makes sense. I understand that. I do. But I feel like part of it, Talia, comes from you not feeling like what you have to say is going to be of value. So that's where the throat chakra comes in. I feel like you're comfortable talking with me, but I feel like if this was a face-to-face meeting, we probably wouldn't be having the same conversation we're having now. And so this is a good way for you to get comfortable with communicating with people. I appreciate what you have to say. You are a person, you have input, you have something you need to say or want to say, or something you want to talk about. Okay? Um, I myself, like I've said, I find it difficult to talk to people too, face to face. Very difficult for me. Um, I may seem like I handle this well, but again, I'm not talking to you guys face to face. So it's more difficult in that way, but it also gives us a new challenge. But it's all about building up confidence. It's all about building up that sense of self-esteem that we need to get going, right? And so Just something to practice, something we can practice in the online communities. Like I said, it's a way to be alone, but with people. And then we can kind of get out of our heads. If we feel like we're driving ourselves crazy, it's because there's nothing to stimulate the mind outside of our own thoughts, right? Yeah. Oh, and I want you to do it this way. Okay. So you said, yeah, you're 100% right. The confidence factor needs to be looked at in my life. I want you to look at it this way. Um, Everything that I'm saying, I want you to look at it with a sense of gentleness, like I've been talking about, because we've taken the route where we've been hard with ourselves and it's gotten us nowhere. And so we need to look at incorporating that gentle way of speaking to ourselves that doesn't have us um, bombarded with being overly critical. We need to take that voice and we need to slowly start getting rid of that. And if we have days where it's harder for us to challenge that voice or to get rid of that voice, that's okay. We just become even more gentle. We don't get mad at ourselves for struggling with this kind of stuff because it's normal for us to struggle, at least at first. The way the brain works, the way we learn stuff, right, is, well, the older we get, the harder it is for us to learn certain things, right? Yes, meditating should help, absolutely. Bringing a sense of mindfulness and calmness into yourself is going to help a ton. Um, but when we're talking about developing new abilities and we're talking about learning new things, the way the brain works is actually really interesting when it comes to learning new abilities or learning new skills. The best way to describe it would be like this. So, when we're learning a new skill, we have neurons in our brain, and they're kind of like little message receptors. So, let's say we have one neuron here and one neuron here, right? Actually, I have an iPad that is in front of me, and I'm feeling like I can draw it. I'm probably wrong, but let's see what we can do. So, we have this, okay? We have these neurons going off. Okay. And these little neuron boys and girls, they're non-gender, but you know, they could prefer either or. These little neurons are sending messages to each other, okay? Now, when they're first, and I'll show you these neurons. These are the neurons, okay? They look like weird balloons, but those are the neurons, right? So these neurons aren't activated. We haven't learned a new skill. We haven't learned what activates these neurons yet, so they're not active neurons. When we start learning a new skill, we have this happen. And then we do this. And I think I'm comfortable with you because you remind me of someone I used to know in high school, so it's easier to talk. I feel like I don't have to hold much back. You don't. You don't. And thank you for explaining that, because now I understand. So when the neurons are active and we start learning a new skill, they start communicating to each other. One neuron transfers a signal, kind of like a radio tower, to another radio tower, or to like a car. So you can think of the neurons connecting each other, but it's through the airwaves, right? And so when we're learning a new skill and we're activating that, we're going to feel really uncomfortable when we're learning that skill because we haven't created a strong enough connection yet for us to just get it. So we feel uncomfortable, we feel vulnerable because we're building up the synapses for us to be able to make this something stronger, make it a skill, make it a core ability of ours. Now, so we have this kind of situation that's happening here. Now, when we practice a skill long enough, this is what happens. Okay, so I'll show you here. So when we practice a skill long enough, we have this kind of situation. And I'll show this to you also through The power of movie magic, which is literally just me drawing, but I'm trying to make it fun. So eventually, when we're learning a new skill and it starts to become second nature, right? A lot of people have this as an example. Have you ever been in the car and you're driving somewhere and it's a route you've taken so many times that you kind of just blank out, but your body takes control? You know what I mean? Like you have something like that. So hopefully the car analogy makes sense. Because what happens eventually when we start developing these skills is all of a sudden those two neurons get this. The synapse between the two neurons, it starts developing kind of like a tunnel. This right here is called a myelin sheath. So this little yellow part between the two neurons, that's a myelin sheath. And what that does is that transfers neural signals 100 times faster. It might even be more than that. It might be 1,000 times faster. I can't remember. But it transfers the information so much faster. And that's why when we do something more and more, that's how we learn skills, is because our myelin sheath connects to our neuron and our synapses, and it makes it so that we can learn. And then we retain that knowledge. The more we practice, the better it gets, and the stronger the myelin sheath becomes. But then when it's sending an electrical signal, a neuron signal to try and activate that certain skill or that part of our brain, it happens almost instantaneously because we've developed a skill. But when we're first learning a skill, that's the hardest part. There's none of this stuff going on yet. Eventually, over time, we start to get it. So that gentle voice that I'm talking about, we start doing it at first, it's going to feel like, oh, this is stupid. Why am I talking to myself this way? Am I a child? What's going on here? But eventually, we start talking to ourselves in a gentle way. This ability gets stronger and stronger, and that voice in our head, instead of being this critical voice that just nags at us and defeats us and undermines us, becomes a voice that is much more gentle. Hey, Eva, if it is a question that, thank you, Talia. That's very sweet, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, Eva, if I'm doing, it'll be $10 a question. But if you have a question that's like a general question that anyone could get an answer for and it would pertain to everybody, I don't charge. But if it's like a personal question, like does he like me or what's going on with this person, I do charge for that. So if that's something you feel comfortable doing, we can. But I'm glad, Talia, that you understand that that aspect of it. I'm trying to get better with how I explain things. So. It'll make it easier to approach something new, and of course with baby steps. Absolutely. The chunking we were talking about, the baby steps, absolutely. Talia, absolutely. Thank you, Eva. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I didn't even have my stuff up, so thank you for donating. I appreciate that. I got the donation. So let's do this. So what is your question, my friend? What can we focus on here? I'm gonna put this up. Hold on one second. Good night, Talia. You have a good evening, my friend, and thank you for stopping by. Okay, how does... So, Eva, phonetically, how would I say that name? Just so I have it. Is it... like, could you spell out how you would say that name so that I don't butcher it over and over again? And thank you again for the donation. It's pronounced like sue me. Okay. How does sue me from work perceive me, think about, feel about me? Okay, so let's do that. I've got the cards right here. Let's do some cards here. Actually, 1 second here. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm writing this stuff down. Hey, buddy. I know. I hear you, buddy. All right, give me 1 second here. I'm just writing down some stuff. Oh, let me see here. Let's see. And then okay, there we go. So let's look at how they perceive, think, and feel about you. Okay. And welcome to the channel, Eva. I don't think I've seen you here before. Let's do this here and see what we can do. Come on. Oh. A couple more shuffles here. All right, so first question is, how does he perceive you? How does he think about you? And how does he feel? So let's do, how does he perceive you? How does he think about you? How does he feel? So on the perceiving part, Eva, I get this. So I get Goddess of the Moon in reverse. Then I get Envy on the how does he think about me? And then I get broken heart in reverse on how does he feel about me? And I'll explain these cards. I'm not just going to show you and that's it. So here's what I've got. Goddess of the Moon in reverse. How does he perceive you? The one thing I can think of is I'm wondering if, are you a shy person? Have you been around this person? Do you guys talk to each other? One reason I can see the Goddess of the Moon in reverse could be that there's a shyness here. So I'm wondering if you're a shy person, or if there hasn't really been a connection with this person. I'm wondering if there's been. I'll let you answer this. So hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. Yes, you've been really quiet and closed off at work in general. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. So how does he perceive you? He perceives you as a quiet person. I don't feel like there's been enough of a vulnerable personality showing with this person where they can see who you are. Right. And that's the hard part, is letting other people in, because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. So letting other people in, that can feel uneasy, that can feel unsafe, because we don't want to be vulnerable. I do get the envy card here for how does he... Okay, perceive. Okay, how does he think about you? I get the envy card. So the envy card is interesting in this situation. So I'm going to say, is this person, this Sumi person, is this person... Is he a bit of a talker, and then you're more quiet at work, and maybe he's envious that you're quiet? The only thing I'm thinking with the envy card here is that there's something you have that this person doesn't, and so this person looks at you in an envious way, where it's like they wish they had something that you had. Maybe you're someone who like really gets their work done. Maybe this person is a little, not neglectful, but this person's a little more spacey. I feel like you're more serious, you're more grounded, you get stuff done, you're in, you're out, kind of a thing. Okay, very social and a talker. Perfect. So I feel like he looks at how you interact or how you are as a person. Hey, Taz the Wolf. So I charge $10 a question per reading. And I spend a little bit of time on them, so you'll get your money's worth, but I do charge $10. So yes, he's very social and a talker. Okay. And welcome to the channel, Taz the Wolf. Take a seat if you would like. Right now I'm working on someone else's reading, and then after that, if you want to do it, you would be the next person in line. So if that is something you want to do, we can do that, my friend. I do have this right here, so I can, hold on, let me put these up so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not... So there's the places you can donate, and those are my prices. So if you do the 3-question deal, you save a little bit of money, and if you sign on my Patreon, you save even more. Like it's even less. But for now, that's what I've got. So then I get this card because you said, hey, Depunchi Kanogia, I'm hoping I'm saying that right. 1 question for 10. If you want to do that, we can do that. Okay, so let me get back to this part here. So how does he feel about you? And then I get broken heart in reverse. When I see this card, I'm feeling like there could be something here. I'll draw some more cards here, but I'm feeling like there could be something here, but I'm wondering if this person got out of a relationship or if something's going on with this person. Because it feels like to me they can't entertain the idea of a relationship or anything like that at this point in time. I feel like they're recovering from a broken heart. When I see broken heart in reverse, which is what this is, I feel like they're recovering from it. And so it feels like something could have happened that made it so this person's kind of looking at life a little bit differently. I feel like things are skewed right now, possibly towards love or romance at this point in time. Let me draw some more cards here and we'll see what we get. So, broken heart in reverse. Why is that in reverse? Why do we have broken heart in reverse? I'm not aware of his past relationships, but that is possible. Okay, okay. Okay, so we're going to see what's going on here. Why is the broken heart in reverse? I feel like I'm seeing something like a... I don't know why. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So that hence Eva, why you feel like you've been quiet at work and it's been hard for you to open up. You left a toxic relationship, which I imagine was very hard to do, because sometimes in the toxic relationships we become enmeshed and we become kind of codependent on the other person's like personality. And so for you to be out of that and be wanting to express yourself, you need to feel comfortable before you can do that, because you were in a toxic situation. So I can understand that. I can understand that. Possibly. I could be wrong with what I'm saying, but I feel like that's generally par for the course when it comes to leaving a toxic relationship. Okay, let me shuffle these cards here. And if you guys like what I'm doing and want to support the channel, please subscribe and like the video. I would appreciate that. You don't have to. You don't have to, but it would be appreciated. Let me do this here. Let's shuffle and see what we get on the broken heart. You'll get that back in time, Eva. It takes time to get it back. It's not something that just happens immediately. As things go on and you express yourself more and more and you see that there's no backlash from people, you see that in a normal situation there's no backlash, you'll get more and more courageous in expressing yourself. And I use the term courageous to define the root word of it. C-O-U-R, I believe, is Latin. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong with that. It's either Latin or Greek. But C-O-U-R means wholehearted. So courage is to be full of being wholehearted, being yourself, being fully integrated with yourself. Right now, you're not feeling that. So there needs to be courage in being vulnerable, right? And I feel like you're getting there. I feel like you're trying, and you can see that these are traits within yourself. And I feel like you understand yourself actually quite well. And being in a toxic relationship, you constantly question yourself. You constantly question your voice because the other person will tell you how you feel and why you feel it. So, okay. Let's see, though. Let's see what I get here. Also, with Sumi, for some reason, I'm getting a duck. I don't know if he likes ducks. I don't know what that's about, but there, for some reason, is the symbol of a duck, or there's like he has a duck as a pet, maybe. I don't know. But there was something there with ducks. So I'm just throwing that out there. Hold on 1 second here. Okay. Shuffle, let's see what we get. So why do we have the broken heart in reverse cards? What's going on there? So, broken heart in reverse. Can't make this shit up, right? I'll show you here. We have broken heart in reverse. Okay, why did we get broken heart in reverse? We have the Three of Swords, which is literally, it's a heart that's being stabbed 3 times. It shows heartbreak. That's the Three of Swords. And this one's upright, so the Three of Swords upright. So, I'm feeling like right now, both of you are in a situation, you said you're recovering, right? I'm feeling like both of you are in that kind of situation. I also feel like if he's a talker, if he's more outgoing, I can understand liking this person. Yeah, isn't that crazy? That's to me any card in the deck, right? And it has to be the Three of Swords. I feel like there could be a connection here. I do, but it feels like the timing right now isn't there quite yet. It feels like both of you are going through something, but especially I want you to take time out for yourself. When you were in that toxic, how long has it been since you've been out of that toxic relationship, Eva, if you don't mind me asking? And if that's too personal a question, I understand that too, but it's been almost a year and it was a year and a half on and off with him. Okay, it's been almost a year and it was a year and a half on and off with him. Okay, I can understand that. I can understand coming from that. Relationships are kind of shaky ground. Even though it's been a year, it's still kind of shaky ground that we're talking about here. So we need to do something that kind of boosts our own sense of self, our own sense of voice. Um, for me, right, or I just did an energy session with a lovely woman before you came in, and she had trouble with expressing herself as well, right? And I feel like we could sort of address that. I'm gonna go into this here. So if you would want, we could do some energy work together. That's another $10 if you want to do that. You do not have to. But right here in this reading, what I'm seeing here, right here, is that both of you, it doesn't feel like it's quite time yet. I feel like you're still very, I feel like you're a strong person, but I feel like in this regard, you're vulnerable. And so I'm feeling a sense of we need to establish our own inner GPS again, our own inner navigation system before we go out and we maybe find someone to be in a partnership with, right? That's what I'm feeling from this situation. I feel like you have a lot of love to give. I feel like you're an amazing person. You're a lovely person, but it feels like on this area, it feels like even if you two were talking to each other more or were communicating with each other more, it feels like there would be a guard. It feels like there would be a guard. This person couldn't quite get through because we're still working through certain issues. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'll we can explain it a little bit more. Okay. Um, let's talk about this here. So let's do this. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so let's go about it like this. When we're talking about walls, when we're talking about putting down our walls, when we're talking about raising up our walls, we have to understand why we would why we would need to do that, right? Hey, honey. My cat just walked in. Very gorgeous creature. Um, I would show you, but hold on. I've had some issues with my family that caused my walls to go up, and then I met my ex who was emotionally abusive, and now my walls are even higher. Okay, okay. And I can understand that. I can understand that being the cause or the kind of root scenario here, because generally speaking, our family of origin, right, from when we are children, they can raise us any number of ways that they want to. And if we had issues with our family, maybe the father was negligent, or maybe the mother was either overbearing or abusive in her own way, or again, negligent, that can create issues. And generally, we attract ourselves to, because you said this, you said your ex who was emotionally abusive. Generally, the reason why we let these people in the first place is because somewhere in the family, we were told that love was kind of conditional. And I've talked about that. And a lot of times when we meet these people, when we haven't learned who we are and what we're about, when we meet these kinds of people, they traumatize us in all of the right ways. And we think that love is related to trauma, and it's not. But that's what we think, right? When we're going through it, we think that love and trauma, they kind of go hand in hand, and the people know how to press the buttons. So, yes, I could clearly see how my ex was like my mom. There you go. See? And that's good. That's good that you can see it now, but when we're in the thick of it, we can't. I mean, we can't make heads or tails of it. When we're in it like that, it's hard for us to take ourselves out of the situation and look at it objectively. But what happens is, Eva, is that we didn't know better at the time when we were in that relationship, right? We didn't know. Now we do, and we can do better. And something we can do to help that kind of situation along is we can focus on, well, we can focus on recovering from the narcissistic abuse or the traits thereof. And in the recovery process is actually where you're going to find your healing, your saving grace. You say it's hard for you to be, to talk, to be that person, to show yourself. That's because we're trying to figure out who we are. And we've had people feel like they've rejected us, and we've had to go through that kind of situation. But those people, those were shitty people, right? And I think you know that. You know that those were shitty people, and there are good people out there. But in order to find the right kind of people for us, we need to, I have videos, I have resources that I help people to make it so that they can find something that can help them understand these situations. But that's, I used to be very talkative and open, and I am not used to being so shut down, which sucks. I understand that. I can understand that. I never stop talking, so I get that though. So you feel like your very personality has kind of been muted, so to speak. So someone came in and stole your voice, right? And that's what I was talking about. So if you want, we can do a little bit of some energy work, which we can clear up some blockages if you want to do something like that. Or if you have another question, we can do another $10 if you want to do that too. But I understand that these kinds of issues are difficult to work through. I can give you resources, regardless if you pay or not. But if we start healing these issues, if we start healing them, then we're looking at putting investment and time in ourselves on a healing journey, and I feel like that's going to be needed because a part of you is been taken away. So what I do with the energy work is, have you had energy work done before, Eva? Like, have you had Reiki or have you had energy healing done on you before? Have you had anything like that done before? If not, that's okay. I can explain it. I've had a couple Reiki sessions in the past. Okay. So it's similar to that. It's similar to that. I'm certified in Reiki. I don't necessarily use Reiki when I'm doing these sessions. What happens is I hold energy, and then my guides will come to you and they will give you that energy. So they help establish an atmosphere around you where we can focus on giving energy. During that process, it would be about 8 to 10 minutes of doing some energy work during that process. I mean, it can be more if you want to do a longer energetic session. We can get that going, but $10 for 10 minutes is usually what I charge, or $18 for 20 if you'd want to do that. But generally, what happens is that we're just holding space. We're just holding space and allowing the energy to come to you. And my guides are usually there. It's a male and a female guide that you would be working with, and they're just there to establish a presence. And then sometimes when I do these sessions with people, there can be crying. There can be a lot of different things that kind of come up, but it's meant to bring stuff to the surface so that we can heal it. And other times when I'm doing these sessions, nothing in particular necessarily happens with the session, but then you'll have a dream, and it's like a crazy vivid dream, or you'll have something happen. But generally, it's helping to clear energetic blockages. That's the whole point of this. And I feel like for you, the throat. In fact, I'm going to say this, and I'm not meaning it to sound any other way than how I feel like it is. I feel like women, primarily, the throat chakra is blocked off because men have made it that way. Men have made it so that women can't speak their minds, they can't be open, they can't talk about what they want to talk about. And so I have a feeling there's a lot of injured throat chakras out there. Or because the throat deals with self-expression through the voice, right? But primarily, I feel like we would start with the throat first, and then we would work to the other chakras. So if that feels like something you'd want to do, we can do that. You would just be sitting comfortably. I would be talking and guiding you through the process. You would have your phone down, and you would be like closing your eyes, and I wouldn't want you to type during the session because that brings you out of the feeling, right? I want you to be in the present moment as much as possible. And so you picking up your phone and typing and then putting it back down and getting relaxed again doesn't help. So the whole time we're doing this, I'll keep track of the time. I would want you to just be in a relaxed place or in a relaxed state. So that's sort of what I'm talking about there. Does that sound interesting to you? We can do 10 minutes for $10, or we can do 20 minutes for 18. But you think about that, okay? There's no pressure. You can say yes or no. There is no pressure for you. I do have to go to the bathroom, so okay. Thank you. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you, Eva. I really appreciate that. So let me do this here. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to come right back, my friend. I have to go to the bathroom. And then you just get yourself in a relaxed state as much as possible. And I will work on not stuttering as much. That's going to be my goal. So get relaxed as much as you can. I'll be right back. So get yourself nice and relaxed. I'm gonna get my my ASMR voice ready here, and just putting some cards away, moving some stuff. All right. So when we're talking about energy work, we have a few things that we use. Okay. One of them that I like to use because it's a nice little crystal to have, a little nice piece of kit, I suppose you would say. But right there, I use this moldavite, and it is on the floor now. So hold on. No, where did you go? I promise you, it does get better. Hold on one second. All right. I found it. Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right, allow yourself to relax. We're going to focus on the throat first. That's going to be what we do. During this time, you do not need to type. In fact, the whole time I'm doing this, you don't need to. Hey there, Lady Libra. We're doing an energy session here, so I won't be able to talk just for a little bit, about 10 minutes. And hopefully you're having a good day. All right, I'm going to start doing the energy work here. So we're going to focus on the throat first, and then we'll go from there. So let's try this. Okay. Starting to feel a connection here. I feel like there's water around the throat. I don't feel like it's, I mean, I don't feel like it's necessarily a medical thing, but this could also be a flow of life and of a sense of rejuvenation here. So it feels like you've been working on yourself, which is really good. You've been working on yourself, you've been working on your sense of self-expression. You're still guarded. You're still in a state where I'm feeling like things can get out of hand kind of easily. So we're still trying to understand ourselves. We're still trying to soothe ourselves from that state. This is interesting though, because when I feel that water, there's a flow here. There's a sense of creativity here. So if you don't sing, or if you're not that kind of person, I do sense here that there's something with the throat where there's a strong sense of self here. It's just a little bit blocked. So we're going to send some more energy here. Feeling more of a connection here. I'm seeing stained glass. And this stained glass is interesting because it's beautiful to look at, but it could also break very easily. That's the whole point of stained glass, right? And that's how I feel like you are now. You're not the stained glass. You're much stronger than this, but I feel like there's this persona that we're putting out there where this stained glass, I'm feeling like there's a sense of being fragile and wearing that very carefully. But I feel like you're stronger than you know. Very, very strong. My muscles are starting to twitch too. That's interesting. feel like I'm getting the name Dave or David or a name that starts with a D when I'm focusing on this kind of stuff right here. And I'm feeling like maybe that's where some of this comes from. I'm hearing the words danger, danger, you know, but I'm hearing those words, but I'm not seeing anything to necessarily feel that it's dangerous, but I'm hearing the words danger, danger. So there can be a tendency right now to be hyper vigilant with our surroundings or with how things could possibly go. I feel like um, we think ourselves sick sometimes on how something could go wrong, and I'm feeling like as we start to heal ourselves, as we start to incorporate more of our shadow side, and we start to look at ourselves, all we do when we're incorporating the shadow side is we take in the subconscious and we release it. It's like we're deflating a balloon. At first it seems like it's a really big balloon and it's frightening and it's scary, but when we start dealing with the subconscious and actively trying to take a role in that, the subconscious gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and our anxieties and our fears and our sense of identity and our sense of self-expression start to become stronger. And it's good to have that sense of self-expression become stronger because I feel like that's where you're at. That's like it's your place. Now I'm seeing purple, and it's like coming in like a crash, and it keeps coming in here, and it's showing a pushing force. It's almost like a comet, like a purple comet, or like a star, but it's moving. So this to me could represent hope. Could also represent Aquarius in some way, shape, or form. But primarily, I'm getting the term sweet and like a sweet, gentle spirit. So I'm feeling like that's what's around you, or that's what you are. But also, this feels like a spiritual awakening. This feels like something similar to a spiritual awakening. I feel like I'm getting a scenario where I'm removing, like I fell in a cactus and I'm removing the needles from my hands and my arms. And I feel like that's where you're at now. You're starting to take off the things that are bothering you. I feel like um, you're starting to not let people in your life who don't understand you or who don't want to understand you. Mm. Mm. There's a story, and I think it's a pretty good story. So the sun, the sun and the cloud are arguing with each other. Okay, and the sun is saying, "Hey, I'm so bright, I'm so sunny, I have all this going on for me." Um, and then the cloud is more angry. The cloud is more of an angry person, of an angry kind of personality. And there's a man who's walking along, and he has a coat on. He has like a heavy coat on, and the sun and the cloud look down at the man, and the cloud says, I bet you that I can make the guy take his coat off." And the sun says, Okay, I bet you can't. And the cloud says, all right. And so the cloud looks down at the man and he starts blowing up a huge windstorm. And as he's blowing this huge windstorm, the man is grabbing his coat and he's holding it really close to his body as he's moving and he's walking. He's holding it really, really close to his body, and the wind keeps blowing harder and harder, trying to get this guy's coat off. And he just keeps holding on tighter and tighter as he's walking along. Eventually, the cloud says, okay, I give up. He won't take his coat off. And so now it's the sun's turn. And the sun says, okay, my turn. And the sun just lights up the sky and just focuses its rays on the man. And the guy feels the sun shine. And he takes off his coat. And he does it in a gentle way. That's how I feel like we need to be with you right now. We need to take off your coat in a gentle way. Other people have told us what we need to do in our life, and I feel like now it's you getting ready to take off your coat and be vulnerable the way you want to. And I feel like you're trying to find that voice, and you will find that voice. Hmm. Let's move to your heart chakra here for a second. I'm going to send, my guides have been there the whole time, but I'm going to have them focus more energy, sending more of a clearing energy to help you through this. I'm getting the word swift, and so I feel like the energy's working. It's helping to unblock some things. Okay, Eva, can you come back in the room here? Get yourself comfortable here. and let me know when you're back. Tell me how it felt for you, Eva, if you wouldn't mind. That's good. You really felt it. I love that. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Um, you don't have to go into specifics if you don't want to, but I feel like there was definitely a connection, and that should help kind of move the energy along for you. That should be something where you can definitely move that energy along. Hold on. Hey, Angela, how are you doing, my friend? Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad you felt that. Kind of like we were taking a vice grip off, right? Awesome. The story of the sun in the cloud really resonated. Perfect. I was a little nervous telling that story but that's good. You understood that. Perfect. So, Angela, right now I'm doing some energy releases for people. Just focusing on releasing the energy and focusing on releasing kind of emotional blockages and working with physical pain as well. If there's any kind of physical ailments, this can help with that as well. So, that is what we're doing right now with Eva. Just moving this over. I'm glad, though. I'm glad, Eva, that worked for you, and there should be even more benefits as time goes on, like letting things help. Awesome. Okay, Angela, we can work with that. It's still the it's still the 10. It's still the 10 if you want to do that, or we can do 20 minutes for $18 if that's something you'd want to do. But it's just focusing on feeling energy and releasing what's no longer of service to us. That's the way I would put that. So if that's something you want to do, we can absolutely do that. Did you feel any major blockages anywhere else? So the two blockages I felt more than anything, I feel like maybe there could be something with because when I was focusing on the throat, I had the feeling of water, so there could be something with the sacral chakra, a bit of a blockage. So that could be sexuality, self-expression, dancing, stuff like that. But that could be one area. That could absolutely be one area that we're focusing on there. The other one, primarily it was those three, and the throat was starting to feel like it was loosening up. But as I was focusing on the throat, I felt my muscles twitching. I felt like there was a heaviness on the throat. And so I feel like there's a tendency I feel like we put a lot of expectations on ourselves. And when we're not able to meet those expectations, then there's a feeling of like I did something wrong. But I feel like we put too much pressure on ourselves in the first place. And so the pressure isn't necessarily warranted. But I feel like we really try hard to do our best. And inevitably, when we fall short of doing that, we really beat ourselves up. But I'm feeling like you are someone who tries their best, and you're someone who just needs to be able to express, right? Someone who needs to be able to express themselves. So that's kind of the areas where I feel the most there. When I was focusing on the heart, your heart felt pretty clear, honestly. Okay, Angela, we can try that. We can try seeing what we can do. Hold on. And we can work on that with you, Angela, like I said, with Steven, with releasing and stuff like that. So if you want to do the 20, we can do the 20 minutes for 18, or we can do the 10 for 10, right? So whatever would work for you. Awesome, Eva. I'm glad. My guides, one of my guides is a doctor, and I think the other one's a philosopher. And I feel like there's a female guide too that works with the male doctor. But yes, they work through me and they do some amazing things. It's not, it's not on me. I'm just the vessel, but they're pretty good. They're pretty good at what they do. So sure, Angela, go for it. Oh, thank you, Angela. I got the first 10 here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and when you're ready, ask your question. Then we can do the energy stuff here. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to write this down. Okay. What did Stephen think about me when he saw me today? Okay, so let's do this here. Move this over. Okay. Just stretching here for a second. So let's do this. I'm going to use the cards here. So let's see. What did Steven think about Angela when he saw her today? What did Steven think about Angela when he saw her today? So I get this card. I get these cards here. I get Four of Wands in reverse. Okay, and that's what it looks like. So it's when it's upright, it's four people standing together and there's lights shooting off. It's like a foundational card. When this is in reverse, though, it's like the lack of a foundation. And then I get the Judgment card, which in Steven's case, I'm going to literally look at someone who's just passing judgment in this case, because normally the Judgment card is a call to spiritual action, but I'm literally just going to take the word judgment and have that be something. I did get this card, though, the Eight of Wands, right here. And generally what I'm feeling is that I don't know if there's something going on where your resolve with Steven is weakening. Like, maybe you're not... like, I understand what he's done and everything, but there's something here where I feel like Steven is trying to get back in some way, shape, or form. And the Eight of Wands is a card of fast-moving energy. So it feels like he's trying to... I feel like he's playing a game, right? That's something that I'm feeling right here, is he's playing a game, and I'm feeling like you're trying to say what you want to do and how you want to live and what's going on with you. And I feel like Steven's thinking, well, that's cute, but I have my own idea of what's going to happen. The Eight of Wands here is fast-moving energy, or energy that appears to be moving quickly. So I'm curious here with Steven, are you guys talking? Or I just saw he unblocked you a few minutes ago. Okay. So yeah, that would be where this would come in. So there's a faster moving energy there. So I assume now that he's unblocked you, he'll either be waiting for a message from you or he'll just message you whenever he wants, right? No, okay, you're not talking. This card here, though, is showing to me that I feel like he's looking for a way back in, right? That's what I'm feeling. And that's good, though. That's good you're not talking. You're going no contact. I like that. But there's something here where I don't feel like Steven thinks it's over, even though I feel like you're wanting to move on, you're wanting to try different things. So I still feel like he views it like a game. So how does he... what did Steven think about you when he saw you today? I'm thinking he's trying to think how he can strategize something, how he can work to have something happen where you're together again, or you're doing something, but not in a loving kind of way, but in a way where this person could just say, I feel like this person would just say to you, if they got you alone, if you let them back in your life, they'd be like, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again, even though he was the one at fault. I feel like he would be the person that would be giving you a bit of a lashing, so to speak, where he would just be saying, yeah, we're never going to do that again. And so to me, it's like a power play, like a dominance thing here. So that's what I'm seeing here. And like I said, especially when he unblocked you just barely, or, a few minutes ago. Yeah. To me, that's advantageous because it means you can block him, right? That's what I would look at it as, because when someone blocks you on social media, you can't turn around and block them. But now that he's unblocked you, you can block him. And then that way the block stays permanent. You just noticed it. Okay, I can understand that. You just noticed it. But if you block him now, it's permanent, right? He unblocked you because I feel like he's waiting for a message, or he's waiting for something to happen between you two, or he can just message you whenever. But if you block him, he can't really reach you that easily. I mean, maybe he can call you, but you could even block his phone number too if it got to that extent. But um, yeah, I'm not feeling any of the warm and cozies here. You know, with Steven, it feels like a game. It just feels like, yeah. Oh, you can. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could block. Okay, that's a cool feature. So that's good. That's good. Okay, yeah, you learn something new every day. I had no idea. Well, then there you go. I mean, I didn't know that was something you could do, so that's awesome. I'm glad they did that because then each person has the power to do what they want. They don't have to worry about anything. So I think that's cool. So then, now when we're looking at this, when we're looking at this kind of situation, um, I feel like, Angela, I feel like you're a strong person, and I feel like what you say matters. I feel like what you say sticks, but this person, I feel like, is going to try and wear you down. They're going to try and wear down that resolve. And it literally could be the way this person looks at you. They try to make you feel a certain way, or the way this person tries to. It doesn't even have to be you guys talking. It could be the way the person looks at you. It could be the way things are going on. But I feel like it's mind games kind of a thing, or I feel like it's just not. In my opinion, I don't feel like there's anything positive about it, right? And I feel like you feel the same way. But um, is what I'm saying, Angela? Is it making sense? Hey, buddy. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay. Yes, because I feel he's in another relationship, which is why I'm confused. That's the thing, Angela. Like, you wouldn't, hold on. You wouldn't do this to somebody, right? You wouldn't leave someone feeling, hold on one second. I'm sorry about this. Hold on. Sorry, Angela, I'm having technical difficulties here. Hold on one second. Okay. Let me actually do this. There we go. Okay. Now we're good. All right. So I feel like, Angela, you're a good person. I've said this before, and I'll say it again because I believe it's true. I feel like you're a good person, and you wouldn't do that to somebody else. You wouldn't be in a relationship and then be, chasing other people and stuff like that, because that's not who you are as a person. And so to have this other person doing that, it's kind of like you're seeing how unsavory a character this person really is, right? regardless of the fact if he's in another relationship or not, you've clearly shown him and told him in multiple ways that you're not interested. And I feel like there's still this sense of pursuing. So I can understand the confusion there, but that's the thing these people do, right? They work on a sense of confusing energy. So for instance, the one time, was it last week? Was it last week? You said he put his arms around you and said he loved you, right? And I don't think you'd been talking to him really or anything. It's that level of confusion of like this person's trying to make you think you're close again, but you know you're not. But this person's trying to convince you otherwise. And so he's trying to challenge your sense of reality, which is why it's super important for you to understand where you're coming from. That's why understanding this kind of stuff and getting help, right? Getting help is a good way to do this too. But understanding it makes it so that no longer can people push us around with their version of reality and make us believe it. We get to have our own version of reality. And he doesn't like that you've become self-actualized. You're no longer buying into his bullshit, and he doesn't like that. He views that as threatening. So he's going to try and bring you back or belittle you or make you feel lesser than so that you'll come crawling back, kind of a thing. So that's what I feel. And I feel that I broke up or really ended Saturday morning after. Yes, I remember you saying that. And that's good. That's good. You did that. You took the steps to take a final, you took the steps to take a final step, right? You took the action to make it so that you said how it really was. And he immediately acted like a child and blocked you on social media. I want you to know that is the behavior, that's a behavior of like a 12-year-old kid. Okay, you block someone on social media because they broke up with you, or you feel like there's, especially the way he did it, and you were being kind and you were being friendly, and the way he did it to make you feel guilty for blocking him, or to make you feel guilty, right? So he blocks you, he pouts, and then he's thinking eventually she'll come back to me and be like, I'm sorry I did that. I didn't mean to do that, because he's been pouting, right? But really what he's doing is stonewalling. He's withholding his presence, or he's giving you absence. He's giving you the gift of his absence, and it is a gift, the fact that he's gone. And he doesn't realize that. He's trying to play a game, and it went from being 2-player to 1-player pretty quick. And I feel like he's realizing that. So, okay, so let me explain it, or let me try to help you understand it like this. So you don't know why you feel bad. And I can understand that. You don't know why you feel bad. So the reason why you feel bad, and this is just me taking a shot, right? I'm just going to try here. This isn't a psychic thing. This is just me doing it this way. So I feel like the reason you feel bad is because when you were in a relationship with this person, you shared intimate details. Obviously, you know, you were with this person. And I feel like leaving this person feels like another kind of disappointment, or it feels like another person leaving us or abandoning us. And that could trigger a sense of feeling bad about something. You're usually not the person who cuts something off. I don't feel like you're the person who cuts things off. I feel like you're the person who gets cut off, right? I feel like you're the person who tries to make things work. You're the person who tries to make things blend together. You're that person. You hold things together. So you're not used to cutting the cord. You're not used to saying, I'm done with you. And so as soon as you said that, which was hard for you to do, he immediately made you feel guilty and he started pouting, right? He's not genuinely feeling anything other than his pride is hurt. And so he feels like, well, I'll just do this thing right here. You're still feeling bad because you've never really been that person before, but it's a good thing, and it's a way that you can experience what it's like to get rid of toxic people in your life. Exactly. You don't cut unless they really hurt you. So in order for that to be the case, right, that's another case. That's another thing. So the reason why you feel so bad is because there was something there. And this person has manipulated you in certain ways to feel like you're physically hurting them in some way, to feel like you're really putting in the final you're putting in that final nail in the coffin, but they act like they didn't have any reason to be that way in the first place. They act like they're innocent in this situation, and they're not. They're not innocent, but they're acting like they are. And so you doing that, you having that power, it immediately makes them feel uneasy. And so they do the only thing they can, and that's to block you, or that's to do whatever they could. I mean, if this person could come up to you, tap you on the shoulder, like imagine you're in this situation, your back is like you're facing another direction, your back is, you're looking at a wall, I don't know. And Steven comes up behind you and he taps you on the shoulder and he says, I'm giving you the silent treatment now. I'm going to give you the silent treatment. I'm not going to talk to you. You're like, okay, why do you have to tell me you're going to do it? Why don't you just do it? That's the kind of person, I feel like he's trying to get attention. That's the kind of person I feel like we're dealing with here. Like, mentality of a child in a man's body. That's what I feel. And you're working through stuff now to make it so this doesn't happen again. But you didn't do, and I want you to know this, Angela, you didn't do anything wrong in how you handled this, because I have a feeling if I was in a relationship with you and I woke up to a text message from you and it was worded the way you had it there and you were very kind, you know, if he's going to misread that, or if he's going to do whatever he wants to do with that, that's not on you. You did what you needed to do for you. And he acted how he acted because he's selfish. Okay? I just want you to know that. Okay. Okay. You've got this. You did the right thing. But of course, he's going to make you think you didn't. He's going to have you feel. I know. I know you felt. You're not that person. You're not that person who cuts people off. And I hate doing it too. I've had to do that with people in my life too. Not a fun experience, but it's for your own mental health. It's for your own mental well-being, right? Like you want to. Right, you did love him, that's why it sucks. And I understand that. I can understand that. But there can be, in the future, there can be a new form of love that isn't with someone who's like this. You know, it could be a new form of love that's with someone who would actually appreciate us and be genuinely there for us. So, and I feel like with this person, if you ask them to be genuinely there for you, they just look at you and be like, I'm standing right here. Like, what else do I need to do? And it's like, no, you want emotional connection. You want something else that's there. And he was void in that way. So, regardless of how it was going to work out, it was always going to end this way anyway. You know what I mean? Because I feel like you were always meant to become conscious of his behavior in the relationship and eventually be like, I don't need to have this. I don't need to be in this right now. Like, but I understand there's feelings there. There's emotions there, and it's not an easy thing. So I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But you're doing it good. You're doing it the best way you can, and you're showing a strong face for your kids, you know, regardless if they're seeing it now or not, or if they know what's going on. But I feel like you're showing up in your own life and you're saying, I matter. And that's the important thing, because that's going to transfer down the generations. And that's huge. Takes a strong person to say that, and I feel like that's what you're doing. So what are you thinking, Angela? One second here. Did the Are you there, Angela? Trying to see if the I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and after I get back, we can do our energy session. Okay? We can kind of focus on that and kind of see what comes up. Okay? Hopefully that works. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Angela, are you there? Really sorry I was gone. I was talking to you too, but I forgot to set my scene back on. So, are you there now, my friend? I am so sorry about that. Okay. All right. Would you want to do your energy work here? Our energy session. I'll explain to you how it works. Perfect. Okay. So I'll explain how that works. So we're going to spend anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes. Generally, it's 10. Usually, it's over 10. Actually, if I'm being honest, it's a little over 10 minutes because my eyes are closed too. So I'm kind of just taking it easy there on the time. So what we do is I send energy with my guides, okay? And you may feel presences around you. You know, you may feel like there's a presence or there's something around you. That's just my guides doing their work. And generally, it's always it's like a comfortable feeling when you're working with my guides, and they'll help move some blockages for you. It'll help kind of clear some stuff up. So we're going to focus on that. As I'm doing the energy, I'm going to be talking. Obviously, I never stop. I'm going to be talking to you, and as I'm doing that, you don't need to respond. I just need you to be relaxed. You can have your eyes closed. I want you to be feeling the sensations that are in your body or around your body, okay? So I want you to just let yourself relax, be in that state, and we'll go from there. But as I'm talking, I'm going to be just talking. You don't need to respond. My eyes are going to be closed. I'm not going to be able to see your responses anyway. So I just want you to put the phone down or put it where you can hear it, but you don't have to look at it. And I'll just be doing some energy stuff and we'll be talking, okay? I'm going to focus at first. I'm going to focus with your heart chakra, and then we're going to kind of go from there. Maybe we can actually start with the root chakra first and kind of work our way up and go from there, okay, my friend? So just let yourself get comfortable, be relaxed. I'm going to be using our handy dandy Moldavite right here. So let's do this here. All right, let's see what we can do and go from there, okay? So I'm just going to close my eyes, relax. You can do the same, and we're just focusing on sensations that you're feeling in your body. So the root chakra is at the base of the spine, okay? And I want you to imagine like a glowing red ball right at the base of your spine. And we're just going to be focusing on that energy. So imagine like fire engine truck red. That's the kind of red I'm talking about. And it's about the size of a baseball. And it's right at the base of your spine. And I'm going to be sending energy to that place first, okay? When we're done doing this, then we can talk after on how things went and stuff like that. But for right now, I just want you to focus and relax. Okay. So let's do some energy here. Okay, now we're going to focus on the sacral chakra. It's orange, like the color and like the fruit. And we're going to be focusing on, again, it's going to be about the size of a baseball or the size of an orange. Go figure. And we're going to focus on, again, you can imagine the energy like it's a golden light and it's going around this ball, this sphere of orange. We're just sending it nutrition. We're like giving nutrition to the chakras, right? I can feel a connection with this one. And I want to say with this, I feel like somewhere in our heads we're saying something like, I feel like there's a piece missing. I feel like there's a piece missing. And I feel like you have whatever you need. I feel like it's already there within you. But other people have tried to tell us that the outside circumstances affect our inner world, and it couldn't be farther from the truth. There's some strength here. There's some definite strength here, and nothing is missing. You're just rediscovering yourself. Everything's still there. You're just rediscovering it. It's not gone. All right, we're going to go up to the solar plexus chakra. So this one is about 2 inches above the belly button, and it's a yellow color. So yellow like the sun. You can imagine a little sun there, and we're just sending golden light to it. We're sending love, we're sending appreciation to this. And as we breathe in and we breathe out, we're breathing in more nutrition into that chakra. We're breathing in that energy. So allow yourself to breathe and just allow yourself to relax as much as possible. Focus energy on the solar plexus chakra. There we go. This one feels more active. My muscles start to twitch sometimes when I'm working with certain chakras. This one here is feeling more active. You're becoming, we've talked about this, self actualized. You're becoming stronger. You're becoming more resilient. And you're becoming more individualized, which means you have your own ideas, your own opinions, your own sense of self, and your own worth. And I feel like these are only getting stronger as the days go on. Maybe we doubt ourselves at times, but I do feel like there's a tendency here to feel this kind of strength, feel this kind of resilience, knowing that we had something inside of us all along, something that was far stronger than we thought. Our sense of will, our sense of purpose. All right, now let's go to the heart. Now, with the heart one specifically, we're going to work on cutting the cords with Stephen and cutting the cords with that kind of connection because it feels entangled. You know, it feels like something that doesn't belong with us anymore. It's something that's just kind of hanging on. And so we're going to be cutting the cords with that, and that's what I'm going to be doing right here, me and my guides. And you can visualize it too, just a connection between you two, and you're cutting it. And then you imagine the cord that you just cut, it withers up on both ends, meaning on his end it withers up, and on your end it withers up. And as it does that, the connection gets weaker and weaker and weaker. get the feeling when we're focusing on this heart chakra here, I feel like it's a kinked hose, right? And I don't know if you ever did that as a kid, kink a hose, and then someone looks at it and then you let the water out, you know? But this to me feels like how our heart is operating now. So I feel like it's been kinked. Our heart's been kind of um, not operating at full capacity for a while, and now you're starting to operate the heart at a stronger capacity. You're starting to see that you can love more and you can feel more than you thought possible. Now, that's kind of a double edged sword because it means maybe the feelings that are unpleasant we feel more, but it also means we just feel more in general. And eventually everything kind of calms down and subsides. And there's not so many dips and rises, right? It's not like a roller coaster forever, but as we're first finding out and we're first starting to express ourselves, it can feel that way at first. But it does even out eventually. There will still be ups and downs, but it's more manageable, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so let's move on to the throat chakra here and see what we can find for you. So the throat chakra is in the throat, right? Go figure on that one. Throat chakra is in the throat, and it is going to be like a sky blue color, like when the sky is clear. It's going to be that kind of light blue color that we're focusing on. And I want you to imagine that, again, size of a baseball. And you're just going to be imagining this sphere of energy, and you're going to be imagining golden light around it. And we're going to be breathing into that chakra. And as we breathe into that chakra, we're bringing awareness to it. And that's going to help it. With this one that I'm focusing on here, I'm seeing a hand reaching out. And I feel like this is you trying to, it's like you trying to reclaim yourself, but you trying to find your voice again, but your hand is reached out and you're willing to find it this time. I feel like even if things get uncomfortable or even if it's hard, I feel like you're in this for the long haul, right? I feel like that's your energy here. And that's awesome. Okay. We're going to go up to the third eye chakra, which is right. It's right in between your eyebrows and up about an inch. Okay, that's where we're going to be focusing on the third eye chakra. So wherever you're, imagine there's a line connecting your two eyebrows and then go up an inch. And this is going to be a purple color that we're talking about. And this could help you further develop your psychic and mediumship abilities, or your psychic abilities, especially starting out here. So let's focus on this one. Again, about the size of a baseball. There's an expression of psychic ability here that I'm seeing. I saw the equivalent. It was like it was like at a carnival, and there's a person who's hitting the hammer down, and they're trying to make the thing move up to hit the bell. You know, like the strongman contest thing. I saw that, and to me, that's kind of like we're playing with the idea of spirituality. We're playing with the idea of doing this. We don't necessarily think of ourselves as a heavy hitter in the spiritual world, but we're experiencing reality and we're experiencing the spiritual reality. So this is good. It's like we're playing with stuff. I like this. This is a good energy. Not taking it too seriously, which again, that's going to help you grow. You take things too seriously, you become rigid. You know, it's no longer fun, right? Okay, now let's move up to this one is at the very top of our head, and this one's different. So I want you to imagine white And at the very top of your head, it's like you're wearing this white crown of flowers. And it's like just a beautiful, elaborate crown of flowers of white. So it's not a ball that we're imagining. It's like these petals, and they're reaching up. Okay. And this one deals with all the other chakras. So when all the other chakras are running and put together, this connects us to the divine source. That's what the crown chakra is all about. So that's what we're working with here. So I'm going to send some energy to the crown chakra. Imagine golden, like rays, like the sunshine hitting the crown chakra. Breathe into that and bring awareness to it. Let's focus on this one. With this chakra, as I'm focusing on this one, I'm feeling like I'm hearing the words promise. I promised, I promised. But sometimes in life, when we make a promise, there are ways and things and stuff that happens where we cannot keep that promise. We cannot keep what was made. And that's okay. It's okay to break promises if they no longer serve a purpose or a function, or if it puts you or people you know in danger or in harm's way. That's okay. Okay, Angela. Um, how did that go for you? Are you there, Angela? Okay, Angela, are you there? All right, Angela, I'm going to ask. This will be the last time here because it's 1 o'clock. If you are there, cool, we can talk here. But if not, we can have Monday be when we talk. Okay, just so you know, there's options there. I'm not just leaving you high and dry. Been live for about 5 hours or so, 4 hours and something minutes. But I'm hoping you have a good one, Angela. You can go back and listen to this. Maybe you fell asleep. Sometimes people fall asleep when I do energy work. If that's the case, sleep well, my friend. If something else happened, you can come back here and listen to this, and I will be back on Monday, and we can talk again. Okay? So I want you to know that that's also an option. So you have an awesome evening, Angela, and I will see you on Monday, maybe. I'll see you when I see you, right? So you take care, Angela, and have a good one. Goodbye, my friend.